All right. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the beautiful world. Happy Saturday morning, at least here in Michigan. Welcome to the Inner Circle Weekly Forex Ritual. I'm your host for this morning's session, Benny Allen, and I look forward to hammering through the charts with all of you this morning. So without further ado, let's make sure that we turn off any and all distractions, grab a pen and paper for notes, and let's make sure that we participate and engage this morning as we get through all of the charts and take a look at what we could take advantage of for this upcoming week. Just a quick disclaimer, trading the Forex market is risky, so never risk money that you cannot afford to lose. I am not a CTA, which stands for Commodities Trading Advisor, meaning that everything that we cover is for educational purposes only. We can show you our strategies, teach you the technicals and the fundamentals, but at the end of the day, it is 100% up to you to be accountable for your own account and be accountable for the results. So with that being said, if everybody can hear me loud and clear, heard everything that I just said, do me a favor and drop me a 1 in the chat so we can get things going on this beautiful morning. I appreciate it. All right. All right, and everybody, if you're feeling good and ready to go, see if we can have another awesome week in the markets, drop me a 2 in the chat. Awesome, awesome. So, how did everybody's week go last week? Feel free to take your microphone off mute, talk to me, let me know how everything went. Hold on 1 second. Situation. Somebody take their microphone off mute and say good morning. I want to make sure that I can hear everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so I can hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, good. All right, because I know earlier last week we had that situation, so I wanted to make sure that my microphone was good. Okay, cool. We've got some more people logging on. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. And we are gonna jump right to it. Today, I definitely want to make sure that we get through the exercise of marking up the charts. I like to remark up my charts frequently, especially if I've been doing like a lot of short-term trading, a lot of intraday trading. I like to make sure that I get things cleaned up to take a look at the new opportunities. So, you know, by the end of the week, I've got crowns and all types of stuff drawn on my charts, and I like to get it cleaned up and refreshed. So it'll definitely be good, especially for some of the newer people to see us work through the charts from the top down today for the most part. So with that being said, we are going to start hammering through these setups. And as always, right, if you have a question, feel free to take your microphone off mute or type it in the chat. Let me see. It may be primarily me this morning, so I'll check the chat as much as I can. But just as always, if you're not using the microphone, just make sure that you keep it on mute for me. All right, that'll really help us out today. So, okay, welcome to the people that just joined us. So let's get going. We will start out with these Aussies. So we go to investment.com, and the way I like to align my technicals is taking a look at this website and looking at the technical summaries and see what everything is about, because we've been getting a lot of news. A lot of CPI reports came out for various countries and their economies last week. Yeah, dollar got weak off the CPI, then it got strong, you know, it's showing some dollar strength now. So sometimes it's good to just wipe it all out and start it all over. So let's take a look at we'll start out with the Aussie CAD. And overall with the Aussies, you can see that for the most part, it's been selling off. Okay, you got a lot of things going on in Australia, even though it got a little bit of a boost last week, being that they've got their inoculation rates, at least for the first dose of the vaccine, up over 70, like 70+%, I think it is now as a nation. So pretty good. So that gave some, investors some confidence in that Aussie dollar. So got a little bit of a boost, but overall, they've still taken a pretty good hit because of their strong COVID policies as far as the restrictions, the lockdown and things like that. And because of the back and forth with the iron ore prices, China's not too happy with those iron ore prices. You've seen the copper prices, they slid last week, which that's another one of the commodities that can affect the Aussie dollar. Our copper price is not the primary one, but it does have an effect. So the Aussies started the year out pretty good, but it's been weak as of late. So you can see here most of the chart on all time frames is saying that it's a sell-off. You got your Aussie CAD and your Aussie Swiss. That's a little bit in between. Aussie CAD overall from the weekly and the daily levels, we're looking at a strong sell, and you got to buy on the lower time frames and possibly a down retracement zone. So we'll see exactly what's going on with it. So let's get going with the Aussie CAD, all right, and work through these charts. 1 second. A couple more things to set up and more co-hosts. Good morning, Casey.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm a little under the weather, but I'm good. Hi, everybody.
Hanging there as long as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the business lady in show business, so make sure you get plenty of rest. That's up.
Will do.
Yeah, for sure. So got everybody. I think I got everybody taken care of now. And so let's go. Let's take a look at the Aussie CAD. If we go take a quick look at the COT report, when we get into these extremes, I like taking a look at it. And you can see that for the most part, if we go to the COT report, and primarily I like to focus on the leverage funds. Those are your hedge funds, right? The big market movers that make it move more faster in regards to, in the shorter term, are the leverage funds, your hedge funds and things like that. And on that Aussie CAD, on the Aussie period, the Aussie dollar is still short primarily 60%. So to the short side on the Aussie. So sometimes I just like to make sure I go and check that. And so let's take the Aussie CAD, and we're going to start at this weekly level, right? We can start at this. Matter of fact, let me go back out to the monthly for some random folks. So if we come to the monthly, right, we zoom all the way out, and you just see what looks like just a big choppy mess on the Aussie CAD. All currencies primarily, you don't see crazy trends. With most of them, when you look at it from a higher time frame, it's always going to be in some sort of a range, because the country's never going to let their currency get too high and price themselves out of the market, and never going to let it get too low. So the contracts are going to keep it in some type of balance, okay? And then through the lower time frames, we can look at those trends to take those shorter term trends to take advantage of. But over the long term, when you scale out, a lot of times you'll see things like this, okay? So what we come in here and we do is we like to just mark our support and resistance levels from the highest time frames. Now, I'd like to, just because the way I was taught technically from the very beginning, and just mark up the extreme high and the extreme low on the pair, just for good practice. So that's where you see these solid black lines here. Here's the high, here's the low of that currency, okay? And remember, this is from a monthly time frame. And then we like to start marking out our support and resistance. Some people use zones. I like to use lines, right? Doesn't matter, it just depends on, what you like to see visually that makes sense to you on the charts. And then we color code it, right? So I color code my lines. So my key monthly levels are going to be in black, these black dashed dots, my weekly in blue, daily in red, and typically like my 1 hour is in purple. So if we zoom in, and with Smart Trader, it makes it really easy, because it's going to call out those swing highs and swing lows for you, which are the very foundation of support and resistance, right? So if you're new and you haven't watched those videos, make sure you do that in your back office. So if we go to our resistance level here on a monthly time frame, look at this. This is the Aussie CAD from the monthly time frame, meaning that each one of these candles are 1 month, okay? 1 month's worth of price action, right? data recorded. So if I put in my smart support, makes it real easy for us to get through the charts, okay? And you can see here that from a monthly level, here's our resistance at 99.92. So we mark that out, and you can see clearly that that is a swing high. And then if we come into the support level here on the monthly, okay, 80.68, that is the swing low, right? And our support level for the monthly time frame. Now, again, these weekly levels here, I've already done it. These weekly levels are in blue. So now if I go here and I move this down to the weekly level, you can see where, because there's smaller waves on the weekly than there were on the monthly. Okay, you see this here? You've got more swing highs and swing lows. So you've got more support and resistance levels. So we've got it here at 91.09, 94.18, 97.56. Okay, so those are, all right, our weekly levels. So those are the key levels for the monthly and the weekly so far. And everybody looking at this chart, okay, very, very simple, right? Swing highs and swing lows. We can see right now in real time where we are from a weekly time frame, okay? So from a weekly perspective on investing.com and our technical summary is saying we're in a sell. Okay, so everybody looking at this chart, is this chart going up or is this going down?
Going down.
Absolutely, going down overall over the long term, right? And we know that it moves in waves, right? So we're going down, right? Look at that. Here's a high, here's a lower low, here's a lower high, and it's pressing down, right? And so it's a little harder to see on your weekly the wave action, but you see it more and more as you move down through the time frames, okay? So we have been moving down, and we're at a key level here of support, and then you saw that you got this rejection, right? Price reacted there. So, but you can look, here's the level here where it acted as support. Okay, it came back up, acted as resistance here, right? So this floor, where it acted as a floor at this price point, it acted as a ceiling here, and now it's come right back down to act as a support. And this is a weekly chart, so you can see where we are. So we closed out last week. We got a lower close, right? We got a lower close than the previous week, right? So you had to push up. You got indecision, right? We like to say the candlesticks are the sign language of the market. Okay, market didn't want to know where it wanted to go the previous week. So we ended here in a nice doji candle, right? Doesn't get any better than that, little indecision. And then we came into this week that just closed out, and the bears took over and pushed the price down, okay? So as we move down through the time frames, we can try to track these smaller waves, all right? We could track these smaller waves. So it's all about the high price and the low price, right? If we want to sell, do we want to sell at a high price or a low price, everybody? Somebody tell me.
Sell at a high price.
Right, we want to sell at a high price, okay? And we want to buy at a low price, okay? So overall, we're trending down, okay? So if you come into this daily level, take these fibs off, okay? We still want to focus on price action and structure. All right, I'm gonna take these daily fibs off here, like so, okay? And we come down to our daily and we mark our support and our resistance levels, okay? And on the daily time frame, I like to use the red dashed dotted lines, okay? And you can see that overall, support and resistance is never just a line, right? It's a zone, it's an area where price can react, right? Whether it's off the ceiling or off the floor, okay? So now what we like to do is we know that this has been a down push, okay? This has been a down push overall, all right? We can see that. We saw that from the higher time frames that we're moving down, but we know that this market moves in waves. So we can see at this weekly support level, okay, where you got the reaction. We saw that, right? So if you go back to the weekly, okay, here's that reaction, okay, off this weekly support level. Price pushed up, you have buyers there. And this type of price action is what creates our waves, all right? And what we do is we use the Fibonacci sequence to help us measure out those waves, to help us set up targets and help us determine whether or not we have a high price or a low price, depending on whether we're buying or whether we're selling, okay? So you got a nice reaction off support here, but overall this trend is still down, okay? So what we have to determine as traders is that, is this gonna be my overall high price or, right? Or is it gonna push higher, okay, before heading down? Because I wanna sell at the highest price possible. So what we do is we come in here, and here was the top of this move, okay? Here was the top of this move. Now I can run a counter fib up against that, the whole nine, but I really want to try to keep it simple, especially for our newer traders, right? Because here was the huge impulse move to the upside in the past, and then it's pushing down, okay? It's pushing down. So what I want to do is I want to start really just focusing in on these legs, okay? I get messages and things like that, and I think I see where the issue is visually with a lot of people. So let's just focus on this part right now, okay? So we got this long push down. As a matter of fact, we've got this huge push down, right? 871 pips to the downside off the Aussie. But we know that it moves in waves. See, look, so even though this price pushed down, right? Look, it made a major move to the upside, okay? Matter of fact, it moved off the support back to this level for 200 pips, okay? So in your lower time frames, that looks like forever and a day that move, right? That we're bullish, right? But what price was doing was retracing. It was retracing. It broke support here, okay? Retested it right here, came, made a quick retest, pushed down, held at the support level, and then pushed right back up for another retest. So past support became future resistance. The past floor became the ceiling, and then it pushed back down, okay? So just because we see price moving up, right, we might be caught playing in the lower time frames, playing in the candles is what I like to call it, right, on the lower time frames. It does not mean that this is going to go up forever. You have to know whether is this a long-term move or is this a short-term retracement before a continuation to the downside. That's why we do time frame analysis, right? It can help us see that. It helps us zoom out and see that. Like we always say, it's hard to see the picture when you're in the frame. You got to get outside of it and zoom out to see what's going on. So then you had to push down, right? So respected that trend line and continue to push, right? You got some sideways action, pushed up again, right? So you got consolidation there, and then you had a breakout to the downside. And now we're pushing up again to this key level, and we got a reaction to the downside. So what we need to determine, what we're trying to determine as traders, okay, and speculate on is, all right, is this ready to continue all the way and just continue and push down to these support levels? Or is there potential for this to push up higher, right? Now that this trend line has been broken to the downside, to create a new high price before continuing to short, all right? So that's what we try to figure out. So what we do is we use the fibs, our smart fibs, that's gonna do all the work for us, and we come to the top of this move, and we let them go, okay? We let them go, right? So you got 1, 2, we're in our third fib now, okay? So you had, back up, you had an A, B, C, D, right? We're moving in these waves, straight down to the downside, okay? Look, A, B, C, right? Based on the retracement, finished out, okay? This is, C, A, where's my D? Right here. D, okay? And then, right, it became our A, B, C, right? And then this is our D. And now we're in this current current wave. All right. So the question is, do we have the highest price possible to sell based on this daily fib, right? Based on the Fibonacci sequence, based on how the smart fib works, right? They even give you the sell zones, right, on your down fib. So this is the ideal sell zone. So right now, can somebody tell me, on this current fib, has price reached our optimal sell zone? No, right? No. So we try to put some things together. So overall, we're bearish, right? Overall, yep, it's below a 382, right? We at least like to get a 382, right? We know the market likes to fulfill that. Does it do it all the time? No, right? Absolutely not. Nothing's for certain 100% of the time. But we've got this huge impulse move, this reversal. It came up shy of our D extension. Okay, so we went beyond the 127 on this, and it fell. I mean, it didn't make it quite to this D extension. All right, so we're just observing, putting the pieces to the puzzle together on what could happen. Now we've got a trend line break to retest this level that was broken, right? Consolidation happened, it broke it, and now we just retested that level, and now we've got a pullback, okay? So what we may be able to do is we may get a pullback to the backside of this trend line. So we may have some more room to the downside, okay? But then we look at our stochastic and our momentum, and we're headed into being oversold, okay? So look at that, all right? We're headed into being oversold. So what we could see on this, right? What we could see on this is we could see from a daily perspective, price potentially come back down, okay? To retest the backside of the trend line that it just broke. Because trend lines are another form of like a diagonal support and resistance. Retest it, and then it may push higher and take back at least 32%, okay, of this move right here. We know that it likes to take back at least 32%. So a lot of times when we see this, we look to trade up to that 382. There's a potential there, okay? So there's a few scenarios on this pair that we need to pay attention to, okay? So that's our daily 382 around that level. Now, intraday, right? You've had this downward move, okay, for over 123 pips that we did take advantage of, okay? We did take advantage of. We said, hey, that's a reversal, okay? So you've got a sub-fib running because it started making waves to the upside. Whenever price moves in a certain direction, it's going to do it in waves, okay? So if you look here and you come to this low point, right? This V-type move, and you look, here's the low point before it reversed off support and it broke trend line. Here's my low, my swing low, and then I have a swing high. So boom, just like that, okay? So now we're starting to put some things together to say, all right, well, it's been bearish, but now we may be, right? It pushed bearish, didn't get our 1.618D extension. We got our stochastic heading into being oversold, right, eventually. So maybe we're going to get a break and a retest of this trend line. So if you're looking at price action and structure with no fib, a break and a retest of the backside of the trend line. That's good. That's just good, solid price action, okay? Broke the trend line, it likes to retest it. But what the fibs can do is to help you measure, okay? Measure that pullback off this last impulsive move to the upside, okay? How do we measure that? So if this is the swing low, we got a swing high. This is a 0 to 100% move. We know that when the market moves in waves, it likes to take back part of that move. Well, what percentage of that move does it like to take back? Well, that's where our fibs come into play, okay? That's where our fibs come into play. So we got a 100% move, a swing high was formed. Well, took back 23% of the move. It took back 38% of the move. It took back 50% of the move, which is kind of where we are now. If it comes to test the backside of this trend line, you're looking at price being discounted at 61.8%, right? Discount. So if we potentially would like to go long, right? If we say this is what the philosophy is, right, in regards to the Fibonacci sequence, that price loves to like to try to fulfill a 382, then we may be bottoming out on this short-term B to C move, right? That some of us took last week on this retracement play, right? Because we saw this high taken out and the crown and all of that. We're gonna keep the charts clean today. But this high was taken out, this high of resistance. So this was a high of resistance here, right? Just follow. Look, here was a high of resistance. When price breaks a resistance level, it likes to score a point, as we call it, and pull back. So the bulls won. It took out a level of resistance. They won. Boom, scored a point, and now it's pulling back. Okay, that's tradable, right? When you understand the Fibonacci sequence, that's tradable. All right, to the downside, especially on your lower time frames, when you know you have a new AB boundary. So, but we have to know that, hey, this price now could be just possibly, it's just a retracement. We may get a pullback to the backside of this trend line, then a continuation up to the 382. All right. So this is an 80-20. Yes, absolutely. Drop me a one in the chat if everybody can kind of follow along with what's going on, right? We're just following the price action. We don't dictate anything. We just follow along with the price action. This is how this goes. All right, we just get in where we fit in. All right, so that's where we are from a daily perspective. We got to break a resistance. We got to pull back, right? Potential retest to this trend line. And then our stochastic, right, may be back into the buy zone, and then we may get that price to move back up. So if we go back down to the one, like so, you can see where here's that daily fib, right, that we brought down. Here's that daily fib that we brought down, okay, to the one. So you can just see, listen, guys, look, just develop the spatial intelligence, spending time on the charts. The 1 hour is just a smaller wave. It's doing the same thing as the other time frames. It's just a smaller wave. Got a question. What's up? I see the hand raised. That accident? No, no question. All right. Okay, well, let me see. All right. That was an accident. Okay, cool. All right, so now we're here on the one, okay? And we've got this daily fib that we pulled down, okay? Daily fib that we pulled down, and you can see where you can take advantage of that downward move, okay? So two different ways we like to play this, right? To find the setups for this B to C move, okay, that we took. You could pull, right, this daily fib down like we did, okay, which is the larger overall wave, okay? Or, can I not get this out there? Reset tools. And hold on one second, everybody. I need to refresh. Okay. So, or, right? So you could take that fib from the daily, okay? So all I did was this. You come up here, once you saw that high get formed, then you got a fib, you could just trace over it like that and transfer it down to your 1 hour, okay? Or if you're just tracking it, the up move from the 1 hour, then you can come here and take this off, all right? Because the key is to find the U-turn. And on your 1 hour, we clearly see that we have smaller waves. Well, you can go to that same low on the 1 hour, boom, just like that, okay? And now you can see the smaller waves in the same direction on the 1 hour. So besides seeing it on the daily, if you're on a 1 hour, right, we have a classic, what everybody? What type of move was this on the fib?
80-20.
80-20. Exactly. It was an 80-20 move, right? 382, 61.8 we got, right? Now you got price reversing, but we're saying, hey, right? we haven't gotten, right? When you pull a daily trend line down, you have to squeeze out and readjust the chart for it to be show it accurately. But you can see here where we may have room, right, for this to push back down. So look, push back down, test that trend line, test the trend line, and it's either going to push past that trend line and keep going down, or we're going to get that reversal back up to this daily 382. Okay, so that's what we're kind of waiting on. So this has been a beautiful 80-20 move to the downside, got us to 2 TPs. You see here we got this level on the 1 where we've got this level where is what past support becoming future resistance. So now we need to see what that reaction is going to be. Okay, now we need to see what that reaction is going to be. Is it going to hold here and push back down to the backside of that trend line like we're thinking, or what I would like to see at least, or is it just going to start to continue up to that level now? Okay, we know there's a potential that it could push down. Our daily stochastic isn't quite right oversold yet. Actually, it is, man. Right? Reset my chart. It is oversold. So we might. I take that back, everybody. So we may get it back down to the trend line. We may not. So we have to see. So the key is to see if this level holds, right? If this level breaks, like so, if this level breaks, okay, pushes up, see if you get a retest. And if we get that retest and a trend line break like so, like that, then we may be looking ready to get long to that daily 382. Okay, so we'll see how it plays out. All right, our stochastic on the 1 hour is moving kind of funny, pushing, representing that sideways push on Friday, right? So we'll see. You got a bullish candlestick there and then a sideways push. So we'll see if it wants to push lower, if it wants to break. So if, right, 2 scenarios, if it reacts to this level and pushes down, that's okay, deeper into the zone. And then we look for the reversal. If it breaks and retests, okay, then we can look to take it long, thinking that, hey, we may be pushing to that 382, all right, to the upside, okay? And this is how we put the puzzle together to start to figure these things out, all right? So let's see what we get on that. So even if you were tracking it on your 1 hour, right, you see it, look, you see that? How you got the smaller ABCD waves, whereas if I take it from the daily, right, if I go to the daily time frame, it's just a bigger wave, right? It's just a bigger overall wave. And sometimes it's just a matter of preference and how you're trading your chart. But it's putting you in the same scenario, okay? Similar scenario. So if we go to the 1, like so, and we take these out like that, you can see where we are, okay? So maybe we get it to push back down, maybe we don't, but that's one to just monitor closely. I would like to see a lower price and a true retest of the backside of that trend line that we brought down from the daily, right? And then a draw this like that. Extra. And then a push up. Small mistake on that one. Like so. It's what I would like to see. I always like a deeper discounted price, right? But there's 2 potential scenarios that could play out there. We'll see. Any questions on that Aussie CAD? It can be. It can be. If price wants to make that U-turn, it's gonna make that U-turn, right? We don't know until it hits that D. Good question. All right, good question. Right. So I've seen it come within 1-2 pips of the D extension and then reverse. I know Casey has seen it. I know people that have been trading with us for a while, they've probably seen it. But yeah, that's still in play, right? That's still in play until it tells us otherwise, right? All right. So we know that we didn't get that 382, right? So look here, okay, there's your 1.6 on AD extension, and then look at the reversal that you got. Look at the reversal, right? And now we're back in the buy zone. So something to think about, something to think about. All right. Any other questions? Thanks, Sean. All right, so let's see. Let's be prepared. Let's be prepared either way. Be prepared either way. See what happens. So that's our Aussie cat. So want to keep on your radar. Congrats if you played the B2C move to the downside, right? Now we've got to pull back and we'll see what's going to happen on that one. All right. So thank you. All right. So let's move on. And then we'll go to the next pairs. Now we'll move through these other pairs a little bit faster, but we just wanted to make sure, hey, give you guys a good visual in regards to that's how you can really break these charts down to figure out where you are from a higher to lower time frame perspective. Casey, you still there? Anything to add on this one? Okay. Oh, we got some other folks that joined us. Talk. Hold on 1 second.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Benny.
Good morning. All right. Good morning. Good morning. We got Ryan joining us, just listening in this morning. Awesome. So we got the full crew. All right. So that's where we are on the Aussie cat. So let's take a look at the Aussie Swissy, right? So we're kind of in between. And you guys may go through these, okay? When you're marking up your charts, you may say, look, I only want to mess with them, right? You can kind of filter things out. I only want to look to mess with setups where I've got it across the board, right? Across the board. Like you see this, how this is across the board like this. All right, look at that. Okay. So you got your Aussie Swissy where you've got to sell from the higher time frame, you've got to buy daily, hourly, and then on a 15-minute, you got a short situation. So what we do is we just come to the charts. Let's take a look at it. Let's see how the market is flowing. All right. So we'll come up here to the weekly. All right. I won't go back. I won't go out to the monthly. We know what these lines mean now. So if we come to the weekly, we can see what we've got a push down. You had an impulse move, right? And then we got a strong move back to the downside. And then we got bullish. We got a bullish reaction off this level, which you can see with past history. Okay. Nice bullish reaction off that level from a weekly perspective. All right. Now, this is the high. So from a weekly level, we don't have a high yet because we don't have, if this is our high right here, this blue candle, okay, that's our high candle there. We don't have two candles to the right yet. So from a weekly perspective, now we closed the week out lower, right? Well, a little bit higher, but technically lower, all right? And then we got another week before we can call that a resistance level. But on the daily, you should see a resistance level there, right? Because you got extra candles on the daily. So here's our, look, this is clean, right? Can everybody see that? We got a strong move to the downside, okay? Retested this level, push down, okay? Now, this level now is the resistance level. Why? That's a swing high right there. That's a swing high. This was a swing high, but we broke it. See this here? This is a past swing high, but we broke it. Two candles to the left, two candles to the right. We pushed up and we broke it. So now, right, are we going to be able to push past this and move back up? So you can see from the higher level, it's saying, hey, short, because we have been short. We have been short. Now we've got, in essence, what is a pullback, a bullish move to the upside. And then you got price kind of stalling a little bit in around this price zone. Okay, so let's go to our daily and see what we got. All right. So if we come to this daily level, let's just take this offer right now. And look at what's going on there. All right. Here's that huge move up, right? Here's that huge move up to the upside. scroll back a little bit, and you see the top of the zone, right? Look, you come all the way, that's the top of that zone, okay? Because if you go here, right, it moves sideways, but it took you out, see? So that's the top, but look, we got taken out. It moved sideways, took it out. And if you were to put a fib here, okay, look. See, look. All right. Kind of zoom in a little bit. There. Okay. See how it took it out? Took out those levels. So you find the most recent high to catch that trend. And this is where we are. It's pretty cool, right? So you don't have to do all of this manually. You don't have to do all of it manually. So look, we're playing within a down AB boundary overall. Okay. Playing within a down AB boundary overall. All right. And then you got this huge move to the upside. Okay. Huge down move. And then you got this big, huge retracement, right? That we can drop a fib on, right? So this has been a long move to the upside. So if I wanted to drop a fib on this, right, which we did in the past, you can see that when the market reverses and starts going to the upside, okay, it's going to move in ABCD waves, okay? So everybody has been trading with this for some time. You guys remember this move here, right? B boundary and then price reverse. You go short, okay? Now, that's how we caught this reversal, all right? But now look, we're deep within that zone. So technically, we are in what? This is a down, okay? We have been in a down, retracement zone. And you got a reaction off the 786, okay? You guys see that? And then look at the confluence, right? So while price was retracing within this down AB boundary, you could track the ABCD waves, oops, to the upside, like so. See that? That pretty cool or what? You got an up AB boundary right in confluence with a 786, in confluence with past structure, and then look at the reversal play to the downside. All right. Does everybody see that? We're clear on that? Drop me a 2 in the chat. All right. Yeah. So in this scenario, right, it's the up move, right, which is why we have these rules. Okay, so look, this is why we have these rules. So even when prices retracing, right, because this is tradable, right? Think about it when we're on those floor time frames and we're trading those AB boundaries, right? This is just a B to C move. It's a B to C move, but it's on a daily time frame, so it's large, right? So we know when you get a B to C move, right, the reversal, it's going to move in waves. So there's all types of intraday trades and things like that in between here based off of these moves to the upside. So it's just moving in waves. It's just moving in waves to the upside, okay? But this new AB boundary took you to a high point, into your sell zone, into your sweet spot, and it reversed, right? So we use that for a key to the reversal, and then we can set our targets up, right? No matter what the time frame, right? So you can start to set yourself up some targets, right? Here, your 382, boom, right? This is how we play this on the short term. Boom, hit it. TP3, okay? Boom, we could be headed in that direction until the market tells us otherwise, right? So if we're in an up retracement zone and we got this reaction and we're looking bearish on the Aussie, right? Then I'm looking to actually follow, right, the overall trend, which is down. So this fib here, okay, once I get to my sweet spot, because my directional bias is actually to the downside. But we have to understand, right, that price, no matter whether it's moving up or down, right, it's going to move in waves. That's key. So A, B, C, D, right? So I'm looking to potentially stay short. Okay, I want to go short on this Aussie. So whether you played it off of this capital fib or the reversal off this B to C is putting you in the same direction. You just got confluence off this sub fib. Okay, you got confluence off that sub fib. So let's take a look at this, right? Okay. Okay. So we can use those sub fibs to give us the confluence, right, that we need, and to look for those shorter term setups. But you have to always know where you are from a higher time frame perspective. Okay. So off that capital, off that sub fib, right, to the upside, you can set you up on some nice short-term targets, right? So TP1, TP2 has been taken out. All the while, if price wants to continue bearish on the Aussie, if you've got a 786 pullback, then we're looking at a 127 extension in here. Okay, a 127 extension. So right now, we are short. Now we know it could dance all around. That's a long-term target, right? But we have to know that we're still within this down AB boundary. And now we've got a price reversal off of this 786. Okay. So I'm continuing to look to trade down. All right. So because my overall bias is short. It's short. Okay. So who was that question? Reinhardt Bruce. Is that Bruce Reinhardt? I'm sorry if I got that backwards, but it's in here. It's Reinhardt Bruce. Does that give you any type of clarity or no? Yes. Okay. Okay. So this is, be reminded that, hey, we're on a daily time frame, and this has been a huge retracement. So look, from that B all the way up to that 786, okay, was over 1,800 pips. That's a huge, technically, what is a retracement? Because look, we've been down, right? If you go up to the weekly, this has been a down move, right? This has been a down move, okay? Down, okay? Then up. So look, I think just read off wrong. So look, boom, down, up, right? Look, here's the huge retracement. Here's the down move. Here's our pullback, okay? So that's major, but we're not gonna wait. When this move was happening here, we're not gonna say, well, I'm short, at least me, right? I'm short overall on the Aussie, so I'm just gonna wait, what was that, 1,800 pips or whatever it was to a high price, right? I'm not so much of a positional trader that I'd like to wait for that, right? To get this reaction, and now maybe we may be pushing all the way back down to the downside, right? Because we never know for sure, right? So I'm not a trader that's going to be willing to pass on 1,800 pips of upside potential, right? Just to wait on a short. I'm gonna trade in and out of this in intraday, right? As a day trader, okay? I just know that, hey, I got an AB boundary potential for a reversal. I'm looking for longs. I'm looking for C to Ds. I'm looking to B to C pullbacks for 1,800 pips, right? I'm in and out of this setup. Same thing here now. I'm pushing down. Okay, I'm looking for C to D moves on my lower time frames. I'm looking to B to C counter trend trades on my way down, right? So we kind of just go with the market flow, right? It's like water. We just flow. Make our money on the way up, on the way down as the opportunities present themselves. Okay? We good on that, everybody? I want to make sure that we're clear. All right. Drop me a 2 in the chat. I want to make sure that we're good. It's clear. Okay. All right, cool. Okay, so that's where we are now. So if I highlight this, okay, I can highlight this here, okay, because this is in essence from a daily time frame. Our highest point within the AB boundary is our C. Okay, so on this huge move on the daily, right now this is my C. So what I can do is I can highlight this and take it down, right? I can mark that out and take it down to my 1, like so. And I can start to work my way back to find that high price. And I can start my fibs on the 1 for that downward move. And it'll take me, when I want to trade on these lower time frames, it'll take me to where I'm currently at. All right, on the charts. So here's what I'm saying. It gives us all types of opportunity, right? So look, okay. Here was a down AV boundary, okay? We know that from the daily time frame, all right? We've been short now. We've been short coming off that 786. But look, here's a trade opportunity. AV boundary, look at the reversal. So it happens on all time frames. Look at the daily. Look at the daily. This is a daily B to C move. Look at that. Daily B to C move off the daily chart. You come to the 1 hour and look, off this smaller fib on the daily, it's a capital down AB fib on a 1 hour, I mean. Look, AB, B to C, right? So the smaller time frames are just a smaller representation, a fractal of the higher time frames, okay? So it's just a smaller wave move, but look at that. That took you through 2 TPs, right? On that move, off that B boundary, that spun 155 pips or so to the upside. And then it pushed down and then it pushed back up to where we are now. Okay. So we got a stochastic on this level that's in the buy zone. Okay. So what we're doing now is we're just watching this move closely to see if now we can get a continuation. Sorry about this, everybody. I want to clean this up. To the downside. But when you see setups come through, right? When you see setups come through, we find them all over the place. So we know that we didn't get a clean move all the way to the D extension. It came up against daily support. So we know that the market moves in waves. So it gives us other trading type of opportunities, right? Take a look at. So we can come in and we can zoom in. We can put the microscope on these setups to say, okay, we know that this is our main fib right now that's active. But look at this long drawn out play, right? How it just created a bit of a range all the way down, all the way back up within the same zone. So we can do stuff like this to find setups. Okay. And look, what is this, everybody? What type of setup? Somebody tell me.
80-20.
80-20, right? So when we see that, right, we know that, hey, there's still place because the market moves in waves. We just flow with it. So that's an 80-20, okay? To the tune from off your 127, right? 112 pips, okay? And then we've got other type setups, right, that you can spot. Look, this is a long drawn out move. So that's over 100 pips. Look here from the top. When this gets dancing around, which I believe we played this last week. I cleaned my charts up, right? But look at what's going on. How you could just flow and find these intraday setups, knowing all along the while that look, this is where I'm at. Okay, that's the beautiful thing about the Feds. This don't look like much down in this area, right? But last week we zoomed in on this and said, hey, this is a potential crown. We got resistance broken, right? We did this right here. Okay. Look, we said, hey, look at this. We got this resistance that got broken, right? And it may eventually come down and wave down and form a left tip and then potentially back up. We don't know, but we saw the pattern, right? So that enables us to come down to the lower time frames to do some things, right? To short, right? To short to the downside because, hey, the market might be looking for that right tip, right? So that's why I like to go back at the end of the week and clean everything up. That's how I like to trade it because you got your long-term setups and then you got your short-term setups that you can find throughout the week on these pairs, okay? Especially when you start to get these ranges and these sideways movements where the market's trying to find some direction. But remember, right? We got the Aussie that had been weak. We got a little boost towards the end of last week because of what happened with the inoculation percentage as far as people getting at least one dose of the shot for the coronavirus. But we know there was a point week before coming into this week where your CPI report from the U.S. came through fast, so money flowed into your safe haven currencies, which the Swissy is a safe haven currency, right? And then it went right back to risk on real fast based on some other economic data. So you kind of got it all over the place, right? It's not a clean move, but there are still setups, right? That you can find. So I would like to see, right, this setup here eventually just continue, right, to the downside like so. Okay. To wrap this all up, and I see I got a hand raised, right? So there's setups within setups, okay, to really kind of summarize it, right? That you play. And the more and more you get used to it and marking up your charts and letting the trades come to you, you'll be able to find any setups on your own. And that's what this group is really all about. All right, is learning how to do that so you can truly become independent and have control and don't have to depend on me, Casey, Ryan, anybody, right? To find your own setups. That's true freedom. So what I would really like to see is this trade continue to push to the downside, give us another downside move. And if it's going to be range bound, right? Because look, you start to see it, right? Using your spatial intelligence, you start to see where am I playing now in a range, right? Am I playing in a range? You may be, okay? But you don't know a range is a range until it's a range. See that? Okay? So we may be playing in that, and that happens. All right, so we've got some questions, which is a good thing. All right, so I thought somebody had their hand raised, but maybe was that an accident? No? Okay. All right, so that's where we are on the Aussie Swiss, and it makes sense. Look, see how it's kind of, we got to sell, strong buy, sell, right? It's kind of been floating around, all right? So that's where we are. Want to pay attention to that. All right. Okay. So we've got an overall picture, and then there's the reality of where we are in the short term. And that's where we are. Okay. No questions. Let me check the chat. No. Okay. So let's keep it moving. We'll go to the Aussie yen. We look at it technically. And it's saying, hey, we're short on the Aussie yen. So we come to the Aussie yen here. And we look at it from a weekly perspective. And we can see, right? Past, we got this huge push up, right? You can see the waves to the upside. You got a break, retest, break, and now we're right back down where we came to retest, right? You guys see that? Clean, right? We know, hey, the fibs are popular in this group. Well, it's still a price action and structure game, all right? Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. And this is where we are now. This is where we are now. Okay, so if if we come down to our daily, right, you got this test of support pushed up. Now we're pushing down. Last week, if you just zoom in, okay. If you just zoom in, you can see, look, close lower than the previous week. We got a lower close. So we're short. It's just a matter of what, everybody? Do I have my high price? All right. Do I have my high price? So we're shorting into this boundary, okay? And look at that. We've got a down. This is what I have marked here. This is the 1.618 off of this fib. So we've got a retracement to a 50% level, created a resistance level of 8206. If we do an entry on the daily for a long trade, do we leave it run till TPs are hit? Yep, if you want to position trade off of that, right? So we like to say, okay, we'll use our, for overall, right? We like to say we use our monthly or our weekly to try to determine our directional bias. We use the daily, right? For the overall large move, we use the daily to try to determine our high or our low price, okay, for a setup. And then we can use our lower time frames like our 1 hour, 15, whatever you choose. Some people the 4 hour for entry. So you need a time frame to determine your directional bias. You need a time frame to determine your high or your low price, okay? And then you need a time frame for entry. To keep it that simple, right? So I know we get caught in the weeds and we're intraday trading and things and finding those setups, those smaller B2Cs. But at the end of the day, that's really what it's all about. So that's a great question. So if you enter on this daily, right? So if you say, hey, this is my high price. Look, you got a fib that came up, boom, in confluence. Look at that. Look, this move right here is beautiful. Look at that. Look at the past structure there. Support, 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 right? Resistance in confluence with a 50% pullback, okay? With structure, right? And you got a sub fib moving to the upside, okay? Sub fib moving to the upside that gave you a B boundary, right? Right in confluence with that, right? The math is amazing on that, okay? And then you got a downward push. So if you said, okay, if I use my daily for my high price and I want to put my toes in the water at an initial entry here, okay, this is pure swing trade, all right? Pure swing trade. If I entered off my daily there and I'm short, now, right, stick my toes in the water at my high price, okay? If I want to do that and scale in. Or you can say, okay, I got a high price. Now I want to go down to my 1. Okay, I go down to my 1 hour like this. You don't want to do it from the daily. You come down here for your entry, right? Like so. And you say, all right, boom. Now we can take these fibs off like this. And you can say, look, we know where this is at. From my daily fib to the downside, I got a 50% pullback in confluence with structure, okay? Look, bang, there's my entry. I'm in off my trend line break and I'm short. Now what I can do is I can use my fibs, okay? Okay. It's probably gonna be this one, but I'll run it just in case. All right, make sure I get, nope, we're right, okay. So now I can run my fibs to look for opportunities, okay? Once I'm in off the trend line break, I can use my fibs for opportunities to add to the trade, okay? So for example, on this fib here, if I get a pullback, right, and this one's been dancing around, Aussie yen, okay? Yen is a safe haven too, so you're kind of getting it to dance around like that Aussie Swiss, all right? So I got this in the buy zone. If we don't get this D extension, we can reverse and push up and go long. That's that B to C move that we like to trade, right? This one is in the range. I think we marked this one up for B to C before I cleared the chart, but it's been moving in the range. Still don't have a D extension, so there's that potential. So if I'm short now, and I use my daily time frame for my high price, and I'm short off my 1 hour entry, say right there. Now, if price pulls back, right, you can either take your money, or you can say, well, my daily D extension is here, okay? Right now, that's still 270 pips away or so. Okay. I'm in this trade, I'm good. If price gives me a pullback to a key level, then I add to the trade. This is what we mean by scaling in to a trade. Okay. Now I can scale into the trade. So I don't have to put the house on it up here. I can just scale in whenever I get a new high price. Okay. Then we come down. We get a D extension to be hit right here. Once that D extension is hit, right? If we get a 61.8 pullback, you add it to the order, the D extension is hit. So this entry here that you initially entered, okay, be 190 pips. Once price pulls back, right? So overall, 190 pips is the extension is hit. If it pulled back for us, and you entered there, then now that second order is going to come in at 138 pips on one setup. If you get the D extension to be hit, and you get another fid, you may be able to get another entry in, right? Before it heads to that D extension. So say you got another pullback eventually, you got another entry in. Now I got 3 orders in going all the way to that daily target. So look here, that's 439. My second setup, wherever that was, right? 375. If I was to get a third entry in somewhere hypothetically, that's 287. That's how you scale into a trade using the higher time frames and working your way down. Okay, going with the trend, going with the trend. We know we've got these B2C counter trend moves here, right? We know we've got those moves there and we can take advantage of intraday, but we know what the overall trend has been down. All right. Any questions? All right, cool. All right, Randy, I'm getting like a lot of pluses and dashes. I don't know what that is coming in through the chat. So anyway, but so that's the Aussie yen. This is where we are now on the 1 hour. So look, potential downside target of a D extension, and the price is going to make waves all the way down to that point. Will we have times where price pushes up? Yep. Right. Okay. And then we expect it to move back down. So that's where we are on that. We're waiting, right, for the swing. I need a high price. Like, for example, if you're not in on this setup yet, okay, and you're saying, look, I'm just looking to trade with the trend to the downside, then you got to wait on a high price. If you're a bull on this, saying, hey, I want to see it reversal to the 382.61.8, then you can buy to the high price, right? Or you can just sit back and say, I'm a bear and I need a high price, and then I'm going to short. It's the same thing over and over again, everybody. No matter what the pair. No matter what the pair. Some move faster, some move slower. Right? But that's it. No questions? There we go. Sorry, I forgot to give everybody control of their microphone. There you go. Okay. So if we have no questions, we're going to keep it moving through the Aussies. All right. So that's where we are on that. Overall short, we need a high price though. Okay. And we know how to trade it accordingly, no matter whether you're a bull or a bear on that. Got it. All right. So let's take a look at the Aussie New Zealand, right? Which has just been pushing down, right? We got that. That's a short. Sell, sell, sell. Okay. So let's take a look at it, right? Look at that. This has just been range bound, but we're starting to get breaks to the downside. So look at that from the weekly, okay? This was a level that got broken, swing low. This was a level that got broken, swing low. This was a level that got broken, another swing low. It's been impulsive, right? With hardly any type of pullback to the downside, okay? So you just broke this level. Maybe we get a retest, maybe we don't, but this is clearly moving to the downside. Can everybody see that? Straight downside move. Okay, so we ended, right? Bearish candle, ended the week, right? With some indecision, but still closed lower than the previous week. Okay, so overall bearish. So it's just a matter of, I'm short, can I get a high price, right? Are there any type of B2C setups that could take me to a high price, right? Before continuing to the downside, right? We know the New Zealand currency has been pretty strong overall. And they've been way ahead of pace of everybody else and coming out and saying, hey, this is when we're looking to raise interest rates. So even though a couple of weeks ago they held them steady because of the coronavirus outbreak that they had. So if we look from a daily level, okay, we come in like so. All right. And take the fibs off first. This. And look. Right. Look, everybody can see that, right? You just zoomed in. Everybody can see that. Everybody can see that price action, right? Don't make it hard. Now we just want to measure the waves with the fibs. We come up to the top of this last high, boom, just like that. Look, you on this fib period, you barely got any pullback. It only took back 23%. That just tells us there's a lot of momentum and the bears have control of the market to the downside. Okay, so look, we have a new AB boundary. All right, we got a new AB boundary here, and you can see that we've got AB boundary. It pushed sideways, and then it pushed up to that 382, and now we're right down here at this 118, 127 extension, and our stochastics in the buy zone. Right, so I do expect some sort of pullback, right? We wicked out, we consolidated, and we wicked out at this 382. Okay, we barely got there, definitely rejected it, and then we got to push down and we got a sideways move. And now we're stalling at the 118, 127, and we got a stochastic that's in the buy zone from the daily. Okay, so we have to say, all right, was that 382? The momentum strong, is that my high price? Right? That's my high price right now, and then we got to push down. So what we got to do is come down here to the 1 and see where the opportunities are. Okay, see where the opportunities are. So if we come up, there we go. And this is where we are. This was that daily 382 that was hit. Okay, before, right here, I marked that out and it dropped down. So now what I want to see is we got a daily stochastic, okay? Daily stochastic in the buy zone, a 1 hour stochastic in the buy zone. Here's that daily 1.618D extension. It's almost in confluence with this 1 hour D extension. So what I want to see is, I'm short, but look, here's the B2C move that is occurring now, right? So on your 1 hour fib, we pretty much got to that target. Now I want to see this price push higher. Okay, can we get a target 2 off of that, right? If we can, that's going to put me in my sell zone, and then we'll see from there if it wants to continue to push higher, come back to that daily 382, right? It wicked out there quick. Is it going to revisit that? But right now, we're looking for a high price. So I'm either trading the B2C to that high price, or I'm just a pure bear and I'm waiting for a high price to happen so I can continue short, okay? So I can continue short. But know that, hey, from a daily perspective, this is my daily 382, okay? Right there. We touched it and then price shot down quickly. We may, because that daily stochastic is back in the buy zone, we may get a deeper retracement on that. So if we're trading this B2C move, just know that, hey, you may shoot through all 1, 2, your third take profit, and it may start to push higher because of where we are on a daily time frame. And it may not, right? So this is when things become important to say, okay, if I'm trading on the 1 hour and I'm short, okay? If you say, you know what, based on my 1 hour fib, okay, this is where your probability comes in. if I'm trading on my 1 hour fib, hey, if I was to try to take a shot short, you want to make sure that you get the deepest retracement possible and put your stop loss above the A, right? Like so. Because if it wants to continue higher, then you protect yourself. You don't get the reversal, you protect yourself. Okay? But you let it go as high as it can in your sell zone to where your risk to reward is in your favor, to where that is a high risk to reward type trade if it does reverse and go to the downside. If you don't, you say, hey, this might from the daily time frame, I got a stochastic in the buy zone. That's back in the buy zone because it's way oversold. I'm way oversold. I'm thinking that this is just going to continue I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong frame. My daily stochastic, right? Same scenario though. It's way oversold. I'm in the buy zone. I'm thinking this may push back up for a higher pullback. Okay. So those are a couple scenarios on that. So if you're trading a B to C, right, continue to see if you can get higher levels, right? Buy into the high price. And just know that because of what happened on the daily time frame, we did get to 382, but it was impulsive. It wicked it and then it pushed down. That we may, right? We're not going to be surprised if we get a deeper retracement on the daily to a 61.8 or a 50%, which will actually take this A out. Okay. So right now we're in a down retracement zone. We're in a down retracement zone to the upside on the Aussie NZD. Any questions on that? Yep. Trend line break to the upside. Yep. You can use the trend line on that, and then just watch your daily time frame closely, right? Because look, we barely got that 382. It wasn't like it hit it and it closed, right? We barely got it. The stochastic is back in the buy zone. It's been impulsive, right? This last fib on a daily gave us virtually no retracement. We know that typically when that happens, you could get a larger correction, but we only got a 382. So we'll see what's going in the next week. Are we going to hold at this 118, 127 and start to push up? If we do, then it's going to look like a long on your 1 hour time frame. Okay. So see what happens when you get back into the sell zone, if that's what it wants to do. But I know we got a 1 hour stochastic in the buy zone. Okay. So see what it wants to do, right? If it wants to continue to push up, you got a decent reaction here to close out, but that's also Friday, right? When a lot of people close out trades and orders. All right. So see what happens when the market's open. You got TP1 on that counter trend trade setup and see what happens, right? Is this going to be an ABCD move? We got a D extension hit on that, right? So is this going to be when the market opens an ABCD move to the upside again, right? So that comes there like that. Then you're right around that level where you could see price start to reverse and continue up. So we'll see, right? Just be aware. Just be aware. If you're a bear on this overall, and you're saying, forget the B to C move, I'm a bear, then your trade plan is going to tell you whether or not you can take this trade short right now, right? My trade plan says I need to be in a sell zone, 61.8 or higher, to even look at a potential short, okay? So if this trade right now came to this level and decides to push down all the way down to this D extension, then unless I get a new fib to form on a 1 hour before it hits it, then I just don't take the trade. But I like a higher push, right? A higher level, fib level, because it gives me the best risk to reward opportunity, okay, in regards to how the rules play out. So that's how you kind of, determine. If not, every trade is going to look good. Every reaction in the market is going to look good if you don't have rules, all right? So that's where we are on the Aussie NZD. Any questions on that? Got a question in the chat. My search is taking all in. Awesome. Still new to you. All right. Sheldon, I posted a chart underneath yours for you to take a look at for support and resistance. I don't know if you saw it.
Yes, sir. I just seen it.
Okay, cool. Yep. So let me know, inboxes, let me know if you have any questions on that one.
Okay.
That I posted. Yeah, sorry it took me so long to get back to you on that.
No problem.
All right. Okay, so that's where we are. All right, on that. We're in a down retracement zone. Let's see if we can get a high price. And just be aware that because of what's going on daily, it may continue to keep long for a bit. But we shall see. All right. The Aussie NZD has been really, really strong to the downside. Q&A, can you drop the FIDs from to the C to the C from the B? Eunice, you have your, can you use your mic? Can you drop the FIDs to the C from the B?
It's okay, Benny. You answered it. Thank you.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So we got, traders that trade on the lower time frames, right? If you're on a 5 minute, so you see this little reaction here, each time frame, you just zooming in, right? So this looks like a huge move when you go down to your 5 minute, right? Or your 15, right? Look at that. See, on your 5, that's what that looks like, okay? So depending on the type of trader you are, depends on the type of moves that you take advantage of in the market. I think so. This, okay? The key is being able to consistently find that reversal point. Okay. So, okay. So if you're a lower time frame trader, you may have played that, okay, like that, boom, okay. And your stop would have been here, a quick intraday move, all right? Above the high, you got your trend line break, bang, straight down, all right? So that's what that looks like on the 5 minute even, okay? Just knowing your levels and being able to identify the U-turn, all right? Okay, so let's take a look at the Aussie dollar. And you can see, right? Straight across the board on the Aussie dollar, short, 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 short. We know that the dollar got to gain some strength, right? So if we go and we take a look at the US dollar real quick in the DXY, we can see that, look at that, right? Remember how we've been watching that throughout the week? Look at that U-turn. Telling you, the fibs are powerful in regards to being able to track price action. Look at that. So now that dollar's made a U-turn, right? We got an 86, took back 86% of that up move, and now we've got a reversal. So the dollar closed out the week showing us some strength, all right? And that's on a 4-hour chart. All right, so that's where we are with the dollar. We got a nice little dollar run right now. Here's the 1 hour, okay? So this is that C on the 4-hour. So even the dollar, right, follows the strategy. This is the DXY, right? You don't trade it. But look, down AB, that's an 80-20. Came close to that D extension, didn't it? And then look at the reversal. Boom, took out the A. So even on the DXY, you would just run your fibs the other way. And look, ABCD, ABC, boom, D extension got hit. So when the market opens and it forms a high eventually, what is it going to do? This is the lowest point within the AB boundary, our C. When we get a new high to form, that's going to be our B. And then you're going to be off and running again, just like that, okay? It should correct itself, right? If it continues with strong momentum, it may not. You may get the shallow retracement, 80-20 to the 127. But that's how it goes, right? And then we got this target there because that, nope, that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for this target here. So I gotta move that other one over because we get that A6 retracement to see if we can get to this level on the DXY. See how strong that dollar stays. Like that. And just my one. Pull that out. There. Okay. So right now, we've been strong. So we know that coming into next week, right, we're overbought on the DXY. So you may see a little bit of a correction. So we'll see. But if you go to the Aussie dollar, back up to it, and we come to the one, to the weekly, right? Sort of the same move, right? Didn't our last pair look like that? Right? You start to see the patterns and the tendencies of the markets in the different currency pairs. So look, found support, pushed up, and now we've closed out lower than we did the previous week. So we may be coming back down to retest this level, okay, based on dollar strength. So we shall see. So it's a matter of if we're going to stay short. Look at that, okay? Look at that. Looks familiar, right? Look at that. So this is our daily, right? Remember we did that on the other pair? Boom. There's the reversal, okay? Now stochastic is back in the buy zone, but that's saying, hey, right, that we may eventually get a pullback and then back down. So what you could do is this is my AB boundary. This represented my C, represented my high price. So just like on the last pair, we can go down to the one. We could come in and say, all right, here's the move, like so, okay? You can put an inner trend line on there. You can get it cleaner on the 15. But overall, here's the break to the downside. Does everybody see that? That's a nice, clean setup, right? And we were thinking here like, hey, what did we say last week? We're playing this move to the downside. You may have a left tip of the crown. We'll know whether or not that's going to hold. If not, we continue down. So your crown didn't hold, see? So that's another way of identifying potential support where price may reverse, okay? See, look, left tip, identify the right tip, and we didn't get price to reverse it, right? We didn't get it, okay? So we didn't get that, which is fine, because we said we'll just continue to play it short if it breaks that crown pattern. And we've continued short. Now, this is our current 1 hour fib. We didn't quite get a 382 retracement. Dollar got strong, especially on Friday. Dollar got strong. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I know it gained some strength in previous days, but it just got super strong on Friday, and I haven't done the research to figure out exactly why that happened. So if anybody knows, let me know. But we're moving to the downside off of this almost a 382, right? If we get this D extension, that's cool. Then a new fib will form, right? So if this pushes down to the D, right, like this, see, this becomes our D. We get a swing loader form somewhere around here, maybe as support, wherever it's going to go before it decides to make that swing low after hitting the D extension. Then we look here, okay? Another potential B to C move, okay? Either right away or at the 118, 127, okay? And then we look to continue short, like so, okay? Like this. There's our 1.618 daily D extension, okay? So the market's gonna move in waves, right? Some shallow, some deep retracements, okay? You might not get any retracement at all on some of these moves, but if you have your rules, I need a high price, right? So if I was looking at short off of this last fib, and my rules were, hey, I take trades at the 61.8 level and my 786 level, okay? Did I take this trade? Yes or no? If I'm not already short. If this was gonna be my initial entry, right? And I didn't get in right off the break. If this is gonna be my initial entry, based on my rules, did I take the trade? Exactly, right? You can't get fear of missing out. You have to stick to your rules because over time, your rules are what's supposed to keep you together and keep you on the path of consistent profitability, right? Consistent profitability. Because if you short at this level, right, and you go against, if I go against my rules and then this price continues to push up, I'm in drawdown, right? I'm in drawdown. And then if it continues to go long, right, I'm getting stopped out. And then if I'm short, if I like to put my stop above VA, right, based on my rules, at a 382 pullback, my risk to reward is upside down, right? I'm not getting them. Maybe sometimes at 382 you can get a 1-for-1, right? But I want to be in a better scenario than that. So that's where your rules come into play and why they're very, 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 very important. Okay. So some people say my rules say I can take a 382, but I have to, especially if it's against structure, right? You see the zone here? Okay. Right. See my zone here? I'll take it and then I'll put my stop above the zone. Okay. Whatever your playbook says. Right. So that's why oftentimes you'll hear us say, well, when people ask a question like, well, what should we do? Well, what is your trade plan say? Right? Because that's what matters. Right? Doesn't matter what I think. It matters what your trade plan is going to say. All right. Eventually, right? Once you gain the experience. So there we go. There we go. So we are pushing down. Okay. May get that D extension hit, right? Without it giving us a deeper retracement. That's okay. We wait for the new fib to form. We wait for a high price, and then we look to continue short. Once that fib forms, if it gives us the opportunity for that B to C move, the counter trend trade setup, then we can take an opportunity on that. Or if I'm just a bear, I wait for the high price and then I'll look to short. So right now, if that daily fib is gonna hold, right, then we're 460 pips away. So this is why you never have to have a fear of missing out, because look, we got over 400 pips of downside potential. All right. Put the fib. You can put the fib on the 4. Yep. You can put the fib on the 4. Whatever your time frame is, that's your time frame. Right. I like to go from the daily to the 1. If you like the 4, then you run it on the 4. Right. Okay. We've got a question. So I had the hand raised. Fee. Question, or is that an accident?
I think it was an accident, Benny. I asked you earlier on a text. I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. So let me add, right? Got a question about the I think the fib and the 4 is over. Okay, so let me check out the 4, right? Now, whatever time frame you use, you just have to stay consistent, right? So I'm gonna take this to a 4. Okay. Like so. Take this to the top of this move on a 4. Just like that. Okay. That's what that looks like on a 4. Okay. Now, if you're running sub fibs on the 4, like so, that's what that looks like to the downside on the 4-hour chart. Okay. Just like that. Good. All right. So that's the 4-hour. All right. Now, just be consistent in your time frames, right? So that's it on the Aussie pairs, everybody. So on this one here, okay, I'm not shorting that now, right? Because we need a high price. So that's the overall summary on that. I'm not going to short that because I need a high price. All right. And if it does want a U-turn, right? We got to look, it's way oversold. We didn't hit the D. If this creates a support, right? Which right now you don't have it. That's your next support. If this somehow settles before this D extension and creates a support and starts to push back up, you may have that happen, right? You may have that happen, or you might not. But right now, okay, the price is too low for me to sell. I'm close to a D extension, okay? And I'm not taking it long on a potential B to C, even though I didn't get this 382 quite hit. It didn't hit it yet, right? It came up just short. So we know there's potential is there, but I'm not taking that either because I don't have confirmation. I got a stochastic in the right zone, but I don't have a swing low. I don't have a trend line break or anything yet for me to even think about taking that long right now. Okay, so you got to kind of just sit on your hands and wait and wait. So, but I will mark that 1 hour support on this.
Hey, Uncle Ben.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I drew another sub fib, and it's a new fib. I think it's a type 2 is what y'all call it.
Right here,
Um,
coming down.
Yeah. No, the other one. The low to
Which
the
one?
left. To the
Oh,
right.
this one right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you playing that one? Okay.
I ain't play it. Yeah, I'm just looking at it.
Oh, you're just looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
You're just looking at it. But that's a good heads up though, because kind of sort of, because if it pushes to this 118, 127, that's gonna hit that D extension on that capital.
Mm-hmm.
But you may get a reversal anyway, right? Because it's hitting the D extension.
Right.
So I see your thought process. Yeah, I could dig it. You're just tracking a smaller wave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you can even take that to the 15, right? And know that, hey, I got a D extension hit. This is just an extra confirmation that I might get a reversal and price to flip for me. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, good deal. Good deal. I mean, your stochastic is definitely oversold, right? And then that closed out on Friday, right? People profit taking. So you got that nice bearish candle. So we'll see when the market open what it wants to do. Right? Well, we push down there, we know we got good confluence, right? And then we can start setting ourselves up for the reversal anyway. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thanks for pointing that out. All right. Anybody else before we close out our Aussie pairs? Good job so far this morning, everybody. Great questions. Take this out now. Just wait on it. We good? All right. All right. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we're gonna come and we're gonna bang out the euros. So we'll do 5 minutes, and then we'll come right back. All right. So 5 minutes. All right. We'll be back. All right, everybody, welcome back. I hope everybody was able to take a quick break. We are any questions on the Aussie pairs in general before we move on and take a look at the euros? We all good? Okay. All right. So let's head into the euro pairs. Start out with the euro Aussie. Everything's looking strong for the buy across the board. So let's take a look at the technicals to see if we can get everything to align. So I'll wipe these out. So this is going to be good, right? Especially for our newer people to see, to work this down through the time frame. So we are going to hit the monthly. All right. First, take a look at the monthly and take a look at our levels. All right. So we see, hey, let's mark it out. Top, extreme high, up around this level, extreme low here, frame it out. And let's look at our support and resistance. All right. So from a monthly perspective, there's our resistance levels. Here's our support, like so. Okay. So we can see we got a nice reaction coming off this 152.52 from a monthly perspective. All right. Can everybody hear me? Drop me a one in the chat if everybody can hear me. I want to make sure that I switched over on my okay, good. Switched over on the brakes. All right. So here's support, right? Nice and easy, everybody. Nice and easy. Okay. The hard work comes in the preparation, right? The process and letting the trades come to you is actually pretty simple. So there we go. That's what we look like here. That's our most recent support resistance from a monthly time frame. Bring it down to the weekly. Okay. I use a monthly and a weekly within the same chart. All right. And then I separate the other ones. Okay. So look, we've got a weekly level here at 158.99, found support, right? So we changed that to blue. Okay. All right. And we see that we've been pretty much trending to the upside. You got to pull back to this level, and now we're pushing up over the last 2 weeks, right? So you can see where it kind of falls in line with, hey, we're looking bullish on the Euro Aussie. Right? It makes sense. We've seen what the Aussie pairs were doing when the Aussie played the role of the base currency. So look, all right, past support becomes future resistance. Past resistance becomes future support. Okay. So we got to pull back down to this level, and now we got a reversal. So let's zoom in on our daily charts. Okay. See what we got. All right. So we see here that this is clean to the upside. All right. If I come down, okay, to this level, first let's mark our support and resistance. There's the next resistance level here at 162.63. Change this to red. Just like that. Okay. And then we look at support levels. We got one here, swing highs and swing lows, right? It's all is picking up. Real-time support and resistance, okay? We like to call relevant support and resistance, okay? And I'll even take this one down here just to have it. Just like so, okay? Like that. Now I'm gonna zoom back, right? Because we've been pushing up, okay? So we see here, right? This is structure. The way the structure goes, look, we pretty much got a double bottom scenario here, right? The price double bottom, okay? And we went over this last week in the markup, but we'll take a look at it. So that's kind of a double bottom scenario there. It formed a little bit of a support right here, right? So that's a zone in essence, okay? So it was in that zone of a double bottom, pretty much a double bottom. Now, what's cool is we come back down to this leg where this whole reversal and this push bullish started to happen, okay? You can swing it just like this, boom. Smart fibs do all the work for you. And you can see that in our current fib from a daily time frame, we got a double bottom, right? At the 50, okay? Right at the edge of that green zone for the buy, we've been pushing bullish, okay? So if this held, then our long-term upside target will be a 1.618D extension because we got a 50% pullback, okay? Just like that, somewhere around this area, 1.618D extension, which is 397 pips away, okay? Come up here, and then boom, we got a stochastic that's moving into being overbought, okay? So you can see here, moving into being overbought with this impulse. So now what I can do is this, okay? Pretty much equal, we're gonna call this our C point. Since it's almost equal there, we got a double bottom, I'm gonna take that as my C. Just because I'm gonna move it down through the lower time frames like so. So we can take this off now, keep it clean. We've got those levels. So we're gonna play it as is and what it has been doing, and it's been pushing bullish. So we know we got a stochastic now in the sell zone, so it's just a matter of, are we gonna get a retracement and a pullback eventually? So I'm gonna take this down to the 1 hour, okay? And you guys can see this level, okay? So that's a bit, just so you guys can see it visually. This area here looks like this on the 1 hour. This is that zone, okay? So we know that from the daily, price pushed up, right, off the 50, and then it came back down. So what you could do, right, if you looked at that off your 1 and you played that break, like so, hey, on the daily, alert, 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 I got a double bottom at a 50 with some structure in that zone. Down trend line, right? Low price was my 50% level. And then you come down to your lower time frame to find your entry. Okay, push sideways. I remember that when it did that last week. So we got to find the most current fib, and there we go. So you got to push up, sideways, and then this is what your current fib looks like there. Okay, so if this is going to stay long, and we know, right, this stochastic here is approaching being overbought. We got a stochastic that's overbought, okay, on the daily. But this is what this looks like zoomed in on the 1, okay? And we got some indecision. Price is choppy, okay? Maybe we get a lower price. This is how I would play it, right? If I'm thinking, okay, I'm bullish. Here's my daily 1.618D extension. Boom. So right now, that is 391 pips away, okay? So we're pushing sideways, Denny. Okay, what does this look like? All right. I'm either going to get to this D extension. If I do, that's fine. I get to the D extension. This is my lowest point within this AB boundary on the 1. If I get to the D extension, eventually price forms a high, it gives me a new fib. Then we look at the possibility of price pulling back, okay, like so. All right, price could pull back to one of these zones and then continue up, okay, like so, like that. Wait for a low price, all right? Or it's gonna find its way back down into this zone now to an even lower price than what it was, okay? And give us a greater discount. Then you look to see how the market reacts once it gets back down to this level, right? So if we get a push down, then you come in here and you say, all right, well, I'm back down to a low level. Look at where your stochastics are. Look at your daily time frames, see what we're doing. And then if you get a break back up, you can look to take the shot on the long. But right now, I'm not buying that. Okay, we're not gonna look to buy that now. Okay, based on where it's at. All right. So that's where we are. We get it pushed down, cool. If not, we get this D extension hit, and then we look to make plays off the new fib to the upside. And by that time, eventually, how you can play this is that once you get this high to form, right? Once you get you a high to form off of this, okay. Get two candles to the right if this is going to be the high, okay. Then you're going to have a daily sub fib that you'll be able to drag down to your 1 hour time frame, and then that'll give you greater accuracy on your pullback and where price could pull back to. Okay, because if you get a new sub fib that forms here, and then price starts to reverse to the downside as our stochastic moves back to being oversold, if you get a deep retracement, right? If you get a deep retracement from this sub fib off the daily, say at 786, 86, something like that, sometimes at 618, then you look at it to where it might start taking out those lower level fibs. And you're like, man, what is going on, right? Well, it's just getting a deeper retracement on your daily, and the higher time frames control the lower time frames. So if you got that, a deeper retracement once that high form, then look, see that line that I just brought down? It'll actually take that fib out. Yeah, and that's where a lot of confusion comes with people, with folks, right? Dealing with the fibs, because your lower time frame fib is a smaller wave, and that bigger retracement wave from the daily makes its way deep, 61.8 or deeper. A lot of times it'll take out the fibs on the one, and you'll be like, what the heck just happened? And then you'll be like, you'll see price reverse, and you're like, what? Okay, what just happened? Or it might go back down and retest the backside of that trend line. You're like, what just happened? Well, it just made a deep retracement on a 1 hour, on a daily, off of a sub fib. Okay, so just know that could happen, because that happens a lot of times when you have price action pushing right in a direction, but then from a higher time frame you get a stochastic that becomes overbought or oversold depending on the direction. That if this starts to retrace, it's a retracement. It's going to look like a downtrend that takes out your A's on the 1 hour time frame. So that's why you always have to pay attention to those higher time frames to get a clear picture on what's going to happen. But if you once your high forms and you get this sub fib like this, that's why you see me a lot of times pull that down to the 1, because then it'll give me a more accurate picture to remind me, like, hey, it's just making a deep retracement from a higher time frame fib. Okay, I know it's a little bit confusing, but watch the video back and you'll kind of get it. But that's where we are on the Euro Aussie. So we're still overall bullish, but you see how you keep getting this. Look, impulse push sideways, impulse push sideways, right? So we'll see if that pattern continues, or if we're going to get a deeper push down, or if this is going to say impulse push up. Okay, that's where we are. So right now, if you're not already in that long off the break, right, then you wait. You wait to see if it's going to hit that D extension on that current 1 hour fib, or if it's going to pull back deeper to give you an opportunity to potentially get in. Any questions on that? Could be a say like a deep crown. Could be, right? Nah, I wouldn't call it quite yet. So we'll see. I wouldn't call it quite yet. We'll see. We shall see. All right. Okay. A deep crown, where you mean a bearish crown or a bullish crown? What are we talking about? It's hard for me to go back to the chat. So if you can talk, go ahead and take your mic off mute. Bearish crown, right?
Bearish crown.
A bearish crown. You're talking about here, left tip, right tip?
Yes.
Yeah, potentially. potentially, but we're bullish. We'll see if it pushes up. We'll see if it pushes up. But that's more right. You got your neckline here, right? So potential. We could, right? But we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see some strength in the Aussie. We're gonna have to see that right? We'll have to see. Okay. Right? Could be. Right? But we'll see. We'll see how that reacts. Right? We'll see how that reacts. Okay. See if it holds. But if we continue to push up, it's gonna break it, right? Then that's no longer valid. Okay. Here we go. So sometimes, like, if I'm the only one like controlling, you got a big question like that, man. Don't hesitate to take your microphone off mute. It's a lot easier for me. Okay.
No problem.
Yep. So there we go. All right, there we go. So you do have a potential of that, right? Being there, right? Forming that right shoulder, and then a drop. We just had to kind of wait and see because you got a fight going on there. All right. Okay. Thanks for bringing that up. All right. So that's where we are. All right. So we've been long across the board. We're bullish, and we'll see. Right. The technical's calling bullish, but we'll see what happens at this key level. All right. There we are. Let me. Just like that. Move this to the back. All right, so we'll see. So we've got a potential right shoulder of a head and shoulders right there. And let me make sure I got that right. There we go. All right, let's keep a close eye on that and see how we react, especially if we start getting that pushback to the downside. Any questions on that? Nope. All right, keep it moving. So let's go and take a look at the EuroCAD. And let's see what we got. So right now we're long, right? They got us long on the EuroCAD. So let's see what we look like across the board. So we come in, take a look at our monthly perspective. All right, rep it out. Do the hard work now, okay? Here, that's our high. Extreme low, okay? So make sure we link that down. Here's our support. Here's our resistance. And there, okay? Here's our monthly level. Here's our support level, okay? Just like so. You zoom in and you can see, right, that a little choppy, but we've been pushing up, okay? We've been pushing up. Now this month, we got some indecision going back and forth a little bit. So we'll see what that looks like when we go through the lower time frames. Okay. Take a look at our weekly levels. There, okay. So we've got a little bit of up move, but we're sideways, right? From weekly perspective, we're sideways, right? We need a high that we need to break and take out. Then we've got another resistance level here. So let's go to the daily, right? So let's zoom out on that and see. All right. Take this next zone too. Yeah. And I'll even take this higher one there. Now we've got those levels marked out. And that's where we are. Okay. And now we'll go to our daily. Here. I don't want to take that one yet. That should be a lower time frame support level. It held, broke, closed back up above it. I'll catch that down on the one. So now, which is moving sideways, we got a stochastic, right? It didn't quite get overbought, right? And then it's been pushing down and moving back and forth. This is just a lot of sideways chop, right? But what we could do is we can go down to our 1 hour, take the C off this fib, like so. Like that. Because we got this up move, then a sideways move, we'll see what it looks like. So we've got a 61.8 in between a 61.8 and 786. We'll leave this projection here like this. And we'll link that down. We'll start to track it from the C off that support. Come to this low. Took this out. All right, took out our A. Boom. Just like that. All right. So here was that Euro CAD. And we're pushing up right through the zone. Okay. So here's this level. This. Level here. There. TP3. And if we want to stay bullish, it's going to take out your TP3 and continue. At that point, right? Just how it took this one out on the way down, right? Took this fib out on the way down. If it takes this fib out, hits all 3 TP levels, then you know, right, that we could be breaking out and continuing up to that 1.618 D extension, right? So that's how you play the sideways chop with the fibs, okay? Just like how we put them, right? You took out your down AB fib, right? I mean, your up AB fib to the downside, boom. Now, right, we run them like this, down ABCD. So look, up AB, we were looking for that C, it took us out. Okay, so you run your fibs to the downside in a choppy mess. It's moving sideways. That's why you're getting that. So now it sets you up. This is my current fib, and now it's pushing up to the upside. If it takes out my A, that means we're gonna most likely break out of that choppy mess and continue long. So that looks like a B to C move, pressing up. Okay, so that was the opportunity. Looking at TP3. Now, if price continues to move up, like so, okay, like this. Tries to go up, then you're gonna have a new fib running, like so. Okay, you're gonna have your fibs running to the upside. All right. So right now we're back bullish, but it's bullish off of this B to C move that looks to become a trend to the upside if we get a breakout. All right. And know that that is the upside target. If we get that to happen and that A gets taken out and we get a retest of that zone, know that we've got what is that? Somewhere likelihood over 300 pips to the upside if that Euro CAD wants to stay bullish. All right. So that's where we are. Any questions on that?
Yeah, Benny.
Yes.
Just one question there. You know, he took out the where you say he took out the downtrend
It
up
did.
there in the middle. In the middle.
Yep.
Go back there. Why did you not do an uptrend where your cursor is? As if you took the downtrend there, why
Where my
did you go
cursor is
back
right
and do another down fib on there? I mean, if it took out the down going fib there where you are there, why didn't you not put a fib going up on that on there at the end of that one?
Right here. It took
Yeah,
out this. It took out this fib. This one.
Yeah, it did. If you took out that one, so we don't do a fib going up, we still trace a fib coming down, sub fib for coming down, do we?
Right. So look. So you had an AB boundary right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And price took it down and took it out.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, but the first fib coming down where you put it up there when it ended up
this one
up
here.
there, keep going. Yeah. You that one, the downtrend took that one, didn't it? Coming down. Did it?
No, this one finished. Look, see this ABCD move here?
Yeah.
And it took it out.
Okay.
You see that? So
Yeah.
this gave you, right? And this is how I just use the physics to get through the chop, right? To find out where I am, right? In the current wave,
Yeah.
right? So it breaks out one way or the other. So look, here's our A.
Oh, okay. I think I got it wrong. I thought you put another fib at the end. But it did
No,
it automatic, didn't it, when you started from the top?
no. So that's what that looks like there, right?
Yeah.
Right? That's what that looks like there to get. So now, right, here's my new AB, and now we got this reversal because it's just moving sideways, right? But there's between us. So we're still trying to see if you go right to this daily level. If you go to this daily level here, you see the sideways move right here. That's what has us in that mess, right? And the reason why I'm playing it like this is because I know I also have a stochastic that's headed in this direction. You see that?
Yeah.
Right? So it's just a funny move, right? It's not because look, the CAD hasn't been bad, right? And the Euros have some strength, right? So it's not, do you have better plays out there? Absolutely, right? But you can see that overall, right, through the time frames, it's overall bullish. But you see this range, you see kind of how it got rangy right here. It looked good here, and then it looked good here. But then, right, it's finding equilibrium there. So what happens in your lower time frames is you start to get that, right? You start to get it to look just like it represents itself on a daily. It's just like this, right?
Oh,
and we're
yeah.
looking for a breakout. So what you could say, if you're looking at this daily level, right? If you were planning this, you could say, I need a breakout above 150.61 to go long, potentially,
Okay.
right? To go
Okay.
long on that. But trying to cover the time frames for, you know, all different type of traders, right? Okay, where's the opportunity, right? To make the play on that. Where's the opportunity to make the play on that? So we're just sideways right now. Some people just say, you know what, I'm hands off on that, right? I'm hands off on that. I don't like the sideways push right now. I need to break out in a particular direction, right?
Okay.
Just from an educational standpoint, you can see how it's still moving in waves, and there's still where you can take advantage of the moves, right? So now you've got through this sideways chop, this push sideways, it took this out. Okay, I'm running the fibs to the downside. That's the rule. That's how we play it. Now I got a new AB boundary because we know, right? The key is knowing that when I get a major fib taken out, typically, right, the next fib off that price action is going to give you a fairly large correction. And that's exactly what it did, right? It gave us correction to the upside that put us into that kind of that intraday B2C play. And so what I'm saying is like, okay, now here's that 150.61 level from the daily, right? Okay, I could wait for that breakout, or right, if I know this scenario, right, occurs often, then I can take advantage of this move and then just manage the trade, right? I can just manage the trade, right? I can manage that trade, and if it continues to say, oh, the direction is going to continue to go bullish, then I'm already in that setup. I'm already in that setup because I know the AB boundary, that B boundary gave me the signal for the potential of a reversal, right? So that's just how I always, like, my mindset is when I'm trying to navigate through a choppy mess, right? A choppy mess, right? Because a lot of people tell you like, well, if it's a sideways market, the fibs aren't good. It's still going to move and swing highs and swing lows and give you key swing points in the market. It's going to do that. Even if it wanted to get back to the top of this level here and push back down, well, if it swings off this level, which is why the technical summary is calling it bullish. If it swings off this level and pushes back up to the top there, that's still almost 300 pips, right? That might be 300. I marked that wrong, right? So this level here, that's a 324 pip range, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. So, you know, it always gets a little hairy when you're moving in a sideways chop, but I like to just use it to set my reversal points, right? Especially because, like I said, you never know you're in the range until you're in the range, right? So here, top to bottom, right? And now we may be moving back to the top. We'll see how it goes eventually, right? But this one here, that was a potential play. And some of us, you may say, look, there's better plays out there. I don't want to play it, right? The key is having your charts marked up. So if you do want to play it at a later time when it breaks out, you can do so. Okay. So, yep, that's the Euro CAD right now. It's just you're welcome. You got sideways chop going on.
Benny.
Great question. Yes, who's this?
Yep, this is Danny. How you doing?
Hey, Danny, what's up?
Hey, listen now. Piggybacking off of what Fee had on that question, because I'm a little foggy too. I've been having problems trying to count my waves. And basically, now going back to what you have marked up here on the A to B, why the point that you have marked as B, why isn't the next low the B? I don't understand how we got B here and then that next low.
Where at?
You understand
which one
what I'm asking?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you just marked up right here. Like you got your A at the top of that fib. No, the previous fib. Yep. Okay, so where you have A, and then now go to the B, that point there being the B. Why isn't that next low the B?
Because this is your first swing low.
Oh, so it's the first swing low from the high.
Correct.
Okay, got you. Not the lowest low, just the first swing low. Okay.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Great question, man. Great question.
Okay. No, I've been trying to get these waves, man, and I still don't see them like you guys see them. So.
And so, yeah, so you're gonna get right.
Uh-huh.
So you can run any right? Fit. Like you could, that's the beautiful thing about this, right? Like we go through all of this, right, to kind of show you a systematic way of doing it, right? But you could put, right, especially if you're using a smart fit or if you yourself, right? So look, if we zoom in here to this area, okay, it's a very, very good question. If we zoom in here to this area, the market, while we start out fundamentally in the lessons talking about swing highs and swing lows, but that's going to be your foundation for your support and your resistance every single time, right? So people be like, oh, buy that support. Well, what is support? What does that look? And you may give me a definition for it, a floor or whatever, but what does that look like on the technical chart, right? Well, it looks like a swing high or swing low, the 5-candle combination, right? So if we come here, this is a high. We clearly see that. So you look, 2 to the left, 2 to the right. That's my swing high. Okay. Well, where's my support? Well, support is somewhere across here. No, it's not. Here's my swing low, right? So let me pull this out because that's from in the future right now. Okay. So look, here's my swing low. This wasn't a swing low. You see how that went lower? You see how that went lower? Nothing held there. So look, this is technically my first swing low. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. You pull your fib. Boom. That's your AB boundary. That doesn't change. That holds. The only thing that's going to float is your C and your D based on the retracement levels, right? So right here, I got a 38.2 retracement. Well, it color codes it, right? So it's all about momentum, right? So anywhere from a 236 to a 61.8, right? We can expect a 1.618D extension if the momentum is strong to the downside, with the one caveat being that 236 setup, that where we know we can get that stall from time to time, right? So just knowing the rules. So this is my AB boundary, boom, lock code. Now it's a matter of if I'm selling, right? What's my high price? What's my rules? Okay. Do I get that? And then short, nobody didn't get it this time. I just got a 382 and it pushed down. So based on that, my first target would have been my 1.618D extension. I got that, right? So look, here at 382, boom, I got it. That's 131 pips off of that. Okay, so now on your next fib, what you have to do is you have to say, okay, if that 382 was my C, was my highest point within my AB boundary, and this one is a funny one because of the way that wicked out, right? So if this was my C, right, not the best example, but we can still play it. Price came up around this zone here, so that would be my C. That was my highest point within this little range right here, so call it that. Now, my D extension is going to be my first swing low after my D extension is hit. See, that's a swing low here. Look, low, 2 to the left, 2 to the right, but my D extension wasn't hit. See that?
Got you.
See that? So this is my first low after my D extension is hit.
That makes so much sense. Thank
To the
you.
right. Oh, you're welcome. So now look, what I'll do is my OC becomes my new A, that zone, and I pull it down, and this is my first low after the D extension is hit. Boom. See? Like that. And then you trade it accordingly. Like you see how this is swinging up now? Right? See how that's swinging up? See?
Man, dude, I just had a light bulb moment. And I got to tell you too, this is the first week that I've actually had a smart trader set up to kind of go along with you on this. And it makes such a difference. And thank you for going through and charting those right from the beginning. I've been watching the videos, but it's not the same as just, when you hold our hand a little bit, like you're the best.
I appreciate it. Hey, somebody did it for all of us, right?
Thank you.
Somebody did it for all of us. You're welcome. You're welcome. So this is where we are right now, right? Through all that choppy. So look, if you put your right, sometimes you get a little confused with the time frames, but if you come here and you just put your candle overlay on like this, and you say, I want to look at my daily candles and how that looks on a 1 hour, there it is, right? So you can see why your fibs are all over the place because it's just moving sideways. It's just moving sideways. And see, that's why we have to zoom out and look at the overall picture. because it's easy, right? When you first come in and trade, and most people teach you how to trade on the lower time frames and get in and out of trades. Well, this is what I mean by sometimes we get caught trading in a candle. We're really just trading within a candle. You see this here, right? We're just trading in the candle. We think that that's all there is to trading, right? 50 pips. But no, it's about a series of candles and what they're doing, right? You can easily get caught on your 15 and your 5 and even your 1 messing around in just a little area trying to figure it all out. And now you're getting whipsawed all over the place and you don't know why. Well, sometimes we have to just zoom out and take a look at the bigger picture, right? And are we always right? Absolutely not, right? Absolutely not. But trading is all about probabilities, right? And we like to trade in the direction of the highest probability, right? And we use the fibs to set us up for that. So right now, because of this price action, and these are just things that we've learned over time, right, from our mentors, right? Boom, typically this has gotten taken out. It didn't make a commitment. It didn't do this, right? It didn't come down to this level here, this 8.6 level, and then continue to a 1.18D extension. It didn't. It got chopped in sideways and took it out. So now we just drew them to the downside. We took out the A. My mentors back in the day say, hey, when you get that A taken out, a lot of times you get a correction, right? Price gets overextended to one direction and you'll get a correction. You can take advantage of those setups, right? So right now, right, if you were playing that, okay, you're up pretty good. Even if you found it off of just this level, even if you were just playing the fibs on a 1 hour and you don't know nothing about the other time frames, you're just like, well, this is my current fib. I'm playing a B to C reversal, you would be good. Now, if this continues up and breaks out, then you're in the direction that we want to go anyway, right? Which is up, right? Which is up. So we'll see. It's choppy as moving sideways. And sometimes you just play the intraday trades until the market makes up its mind. So that's where we are on the Euro CAD. Great questions today, everybody. Anybody else?
Yes, Benny. This is Key. I was wanting. I'm just now getting started with Inner Circle, so I'm trying to figure out how to get my Smart Trader set up. So, do you all have like a video or something to show you how to get set up with the Smart Trader?
In regards to how to get your chart set up?
Yeah, like you're doing the daily and the 1 hour and.
Yep. We do not, and we should. So let me take note of that. Right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome to trading charts. I know they have videos like through Smart Trader, but I know that can get a little convoluted. So maybe we can do something to simplify the whole thing. So the way I do it is you come in. Now I don't know what package you have, right? I think I'm a pro, like a pro package. So you get more charts and things like that set up on I can't remember what the name is. What is this? Prime or Pro? I can't remember. But I pay I think I pay like $99 a month. I've had it forever and a day.
I just did the $30 one, I think.
The what?
The $30 package, the first one that you pay.
Okay. Yeah. So you should be able to get 4 charts, right? You should be able to get 4 charts. So what I do is I come here like this, and you just go to a new chart. It could be, let me see. It could be Apple, for example. And then I'll put that first one on the monthly, something like that. And I don't know where it just went though. I don't know what just happened. I would do my chart. Anyway, let me do it like this. So the new chart is this functionality. It is like 360 Pro. Hold on. So what you'll do is you'll go new chart and say you want to do this EuroCAD like so. Okay. So I've got 6 on here, up to 6. But what you'll do is once you get your first EuroCAD chart on, you put it as like a monthly or whatever. And so it'll look like this. And then what you do is you can hit this top box, right? And then you just go here. You see over here to the left where it's got different box setups.
Okay.
Like and then for your plan, I think you get 4. So you'll just go 4 like that. And then you can come in and you can put, like I always start out with so I use the monthly and the weekly. I don't have to, but I do it because it just saves space. But I'll use the monthly and the weekly in the same chart. So I'll start out with that being a monthly. And then I'll make this one, because this is going to be my monthly and my weekly.
Mhm.
So I'll make this one a daily, and then a 1 hour, and then a 15, right? And then what'll happen is when you hit save, it'll bring all your charts on. So then they're all in the same workspace, right? So you have a chart, and when you make that conversion like that, it'll turn it into a workspace. So as long as you got I see what it did. It put it. I didn't make a new chart. That's why I put Apple in the same workspace. So if you go here, let me see. Anyway, that's where it good. So like this, new chart, and then it could be Euro, USD, like that. And then I'm gonna put it as a monthly, and it might tell me I already have a chart with that name. No, it didn't. Yeah, it's putting it in the same thing because I already have a chart with that name. But you'll create a new chart, and then when you come here, you'll put it as a new. You'll pick the type of setup that you want, and then you just put the different time frames in the boxes, and then it'll look just like this, right? So yours will show S4, like so, like that. So you'll have 4. So it'll be like your monthly, weekly, and then what you do is you just come in, okay, like so, and say this is the monthly. You switch that to the month, right? With that drop down box, mark your levels, and then what you can do is anything that you put on one chart within the workspace, you can link it to the other chart. So if I wanted to take this level and link it to my lower time frame charts that's within the same workspace, I just right click and then I just link objects, right, to the lower time frame. And then that's how I end up getting these on my daily. See that level? My weekly, the level is there. And then, on down to my 15 or 5 or however I want to play. So you just need to set up a workspace, but we do need to do a video on that though. So it's a great idea.
Thank you, Benny.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, so we're gonna move on and go to the Euro Swissy, right? It's saying that it's in the buy. Okay, so let's see how we can work it out. So we'll go to the Euro Swiss. Coming to the chart. So like this one, I got a whole bunch of them on here, but so here's the weekly. We got hands raised. Casey did one on Facebook. Good. She did one on the Facebook. Okay, cool. So there's a video on it in the Facebook group with how to set it up. We'll have to get the link to that. Provide it.
Benny,
Yes, ma'am.
sorry to distract you. While you're on that chart, when you're marking out, I asked Ryan and he explained, but I can't really get it. Sometimes you guys mention about entering on B extension, do an entry there. How can you predict where the B extension is going to be formed? Can you explain that when you're doing the chart? Not now, when you're at it.
Say that one more time because I want to make sure I hear you clearly and understand.
Sorry. You guys mentioned a lot about having an entry, 80-20 entry. How can and I asked Ryan and he explained, but I can't really understand it. I'm always missing to get an entry there. So if I want to enter higher time.
So you mean like with a limit?
Pardon?
You mean like with a limit type order or?
Yeah, with a limit. If I want to do a limit type order, how can I predict that that's where the B will be hit?
That's where it's
or
gonna go.
The new formation that's where it's gonna go. Yeah.
Yeah, well, with an 80-20, you're talking about when you put those limits in at that area, like that 118, 127 zone, or no? We'll go through it. We'll find it.
Well, yeah, I'll let you know when you're there, and I'll shout out. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Just let me know, and I'll get you covered on that.
Okay.
All right. Cool. So let's mark it out, right? Look at this, right? It's kind of cool to zoom out and see things, right? Like even if you go to a year, you're like, wow, in the grand scheme of things, this is what I'm trading, right? These are yearly candles. This is what I'm trading, right? And finding setups on throughout the year. This is it. This is it. So sometimes you just have to play around with it and look at things in a broader perspective. So let's zoom in. They're telling us that, hey, we're bullish across the board. Let's look at it from our monthly. Here we go. This is it. This is all the market is. Nothing scary, everybody. Nothing scary. All right. So take it here, like that. Look it down. All right. Always know where we are. And we can see on this Euro Swissy, like, wow, like it's just been moving, right? Just been kind of dilly-dallying around. Higher time frame, you got kind of a crown formation there, right? Well, we don't know, right? You guys see that? Look. All right, huge technical pattern there. Okay, we broke that low, right? So now calling that a head and shoulders. We broke that neckline prior to pulling back up. So maybe we end up getting there, right? We end up coming there and chasing that level. Okay. See. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We're up around that point. We pushed down and now we're bullish. That's why they're calling this bullish. So we don't know yet. So I'm gonna take that off of there for now, and we're just gonna play it as we see it. All right. Play it as we see it. Okay. So let's look at our support and resistance. Got hands raised. Reinhard, what's up? Is that an accident? Or you got a question?
No, that was by accident.
All right, we're good. And then D, you got a question?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right, so that was an accident. And then I seen Ron with his hand up. Is that an accident or we're good? All right, I think they were all accidents. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at this. Let's mark out some support and resistance, see if we can figure this thing out. All right, so here's our resistance. Here's our smart support. Like so. Nice and easy, right? You get in the habit of doing this every week, right? It goes pretty fast. All right, so there's our support zone. We haven't quite gotten there yet. Price didn't quite get there, but we're pushing bullish, right? But we're in that zone, okay? So let's go to the weekly and look at that, all right? Got all types of levels. So where we've seen it came up short on the monthly, it formed a swing low. Here, look, 2 candles to the left, 2 candles to the right, look, push up, all right? Okay. And now, here's this next level of 109.85. So that's a level that we're getting close to. So I'm gonna put that in exactly at 109.85. I'll be super accurate with that one. And we're bullish, right? We got this push down, okay? And we're bullish. We've been bullish for over 200 pips, all right? So we wanna look at this as is and how we're coming up. We know we got this impulse move to the downside, right? Got this impulse move to the downside, and now we're pushing bullish. So this is down, but now we're pushing up, right? So let's go to this daily and see what this looks like from a daily perspective. I want to take that level above it too, just in case, like that. And you know from the daily, right, what this is going to look like, right? You got a down move, right? And I guarantee you, right, we should be in a down. This should be retracing. See, look, see how it's pushing up, bullish, into that zone? And now we're coming to this critical area, right? See how that makes sense? How you can just measure, use the fibs to measure it out, right? We got a stochastic that's not quite oversold, right? But the last time it got to this level here, right at the 20%, and it took off. So right now we've been pushing bullish up into the zone. So we've gone past the 382, 61.8. We know, right? No fibs. We know with no fibs, this is the next level of structure for the target. See that? Still price action, support, and resistance. 109.85. You put the fibs on there to give you some confluence. It's just another tool, right? Just another tool to use. Look, we got a 786 retracement level. So we've been pushing bullish to this level. So now what we could do is, we know where that's at. We know that's a key level. And we look at, look, an 80-20 scenario. AB boundary, less than a 382 retracement initially. Look at how this pushed down, and we got the reversal. So you like a detective, putting the pieces to the puzzles together. So now we're long. Well, we got an 80-20 play, we're long. Okay, so now what I could do is I could take this here. I know I'm in this retracement zone, okay? All right. Each setup is unique in its own little way, okay?
Hi, Benny.
Hey, what's up?
It's Eunice. If you go back to the one, the daily chart, how do you know where to plot the fibs? Because for me, I would have plotted them where you put the eclipse and therefore been stomped out at some point, I think. How do you know you start from the top?
From the top bottom, just looking at from the higher time frame, looking at the last impulse move, right? So I'm looking at this last impulse move to the downside, right? So if I come here to the weekly, look at that. See that? That was my last move. Now I'm pushing back up to the top. Okay. Down and back up bullish. Okay. Now I'm back up bullish. So off this level of support. So I want to see where I'm at, because you see how this pushed down and took out this low here, how it took it out. It took it out like I'm down, I'm pushing down, and now I got a reversal, right? Back up to the top. So that's why I ran it from the top, from the higher time frame, because I'm down.
Understood. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. So here's this reversal. So when I'm moving down through my lower time frames, I want to be able to take advantage of this, right? To the upside. So I circled that low out, and I want to see where I am, right? As I move up in that retracement zone. See how you can just mark that out, right? See how beautiful and clear that is? So now we got a lot of sideways chop. This is my low, so I have to start here at this low point. And there you go. See? Boom. Now, for my lower time frame, here's that entire retracement level, right? That I've been pushing back up into the zone off that support bullish, right? Been pushing bullish. So if I wanted to even come here, okay, and I wanted to take this fib and bring it down like this, right? You can see how this is tracking, right? So what this is saying is, hey, it's taking back 61.8% of that down move. It's taking it back. It's reversed our support and it's taking it back, okay? Now look, okay? We're bullish. Here's that target. Here's that target from our 1 hour. Well, this is where we get these scenarios, right? Where we run these intraday plays. I think sometimes this is where people start to get a little bit confused, right? Is that we're pushing bullish off the support, but from a higher time frame perspective, the reason why we're pushing bullish is because we're still, look, we're in a down retracement zone, So yes, that's going to be a bullish push, right? That's going to be a bullish push, a down retracement zone. Okay, this, okay. This would be an up retracement zone. Up retracement zone. Okay. This is a down retracement zone. Like so. Until the market takes back 100% of this move and tells you otherwise. Okay, so that's what we're looking at constantly in the market, because the market only moves three ways: up, down, and sideways. Okay, up, down, and sideways. Keep it as simple as possible, right? Don't let us put the fibs on here take your focus away from looking at just basic raw fundamental price action. Okay, so I'm trading this to the upside on the one because I'm in a down retracement zone. I can take advantage of that to the 382, to the 61.8 and higher. We know that this is about to come into a critical area. We know that because of what we looked at just on price action and structure from support and resistance, guys. See, it's amazing. So the question becomes, right? And this is how we find these intraday plays. This is my new up AV boundary, right? You make the decision. Do I, and I think I posted this in the Telegram group. Do I want to play this? This is that 80-20 scenario. Shallow retracement, less than the 382. We didn't even get a 236. We know that price, right, in regards to fib principles, likes to at least to fulfill the 382 or deeper before heading to a respective extension if it's going to stay on this trend. Okay, so look, we're in that up on this fib to the upside. We're in an up retracement zone, right? So you can play that if you want. Okay, if that drops to the 382 off this 127, that's 50, 71 pips to the 61.8. If you're saying no, I'm just a bull, then you sit on your hands until you get a low price. And then if you're saying 109.85 is the target, then when I get my low price, then I take it, which is 109.85. It's falling right in that zone of that D extension, okay, at the 1.618. So if you wait on that to drop and give you a low price, and you said, technically, fundamentally, I'm still long to that target, right? Then you're looking at over 100 pips to that resistance level, or close to 100 pips, right? A little over 100 pips to that D extension. That's how we do it, over and over and over again. So the Euro Swissy is just set up in two ways: B to C, okay, to these levels. This is why you see these markups come through. Okay, see these markups come through like so. B to C. Okay, do I want to take that? If it's going to continue down further and push lower, then there's your TP3 at the A boundary. And our rule is, as long as price doesn't take out the A, it has no choice but to go your way, right? The A boundary is critical. So as long as it stays within that AB boundary, it can go your way, right? If that's where your directional bias is. Short term, retracements are your short term move until it tells you otherwise and takes out the A. And your C to D push zone is your long term move, okay? D to C retracement short term, C to D extension long term, okay? So that's where we are on the Euro Swiss if we're going to continue bullish. So just because we're going up and we're bullish doesn't mean that you're not going to have people take profit and sell off. I need that price to come back down to a discount so I can get the rest of my orders filled long, okay? I need a discount. I need a discount. These fib levels represent discounts. All right, so now we're in an 80-20 scenario, looking for a potential B to C move, and if it wants to stay long, a continuation up. All right, and the reason why I like playing these so much is because we know that ideally we want to stay bullish, right, in the retracement. But how many times, right, those who've been trading for a bit with us, how many times have we seen this go just like this, right, and continue down? And we want to be in position to take advantage of that if it happens. We just flow and we manage to trade. And a lot of times, what do we say? You can get this A taken out if you get a deeper retracement on your higher time frame, because the higher time frame controls the lower time frame. So even if this wanted to give us a deep pullback like that, you're gonna get some of those and then continue up on your daily. You're gonna get those lower time frame fibs taken out. Those fibs to the upside is gonna take it out because it's just it's a bigger wave. So we like to put ourselves in position to make sure that we're able to take advantage of it. Okay, if that occurs. If not, we know it's gonna get deep. We're gonna start to see some trend lines getting broke, and that price is gonna reverse, and it's gonna start making higher highs and higher lows. So that's why these type of setups work out so well, because we know where to pretend like we control the market. We just want to get in where we fit in and take advantage of the moves. So that's where we are on a Euro Swissy.
Benny,
yep.
Sorry to distract you.
It's okay.
The question I was asking you earlier about the entry point.
Yep.
You see like where we are now.
Yep.
Before I didn't know where the B extension where the other fib was formed before the one we are at the minute. Mm-hmm. How can I know where that B is going to be, or I can't? The prediction of the B extension.
This B?
Yeah, so that I can do an entry there.
You can't just you can either wait for it to form, or right, because it's the smart trader will give it to you. But then we go back to, well, why does it form there? It forms here because this D extension was hit. Okay. See that? This D extension was hit off of a very shallow retracement. Okay. The D extension was hit. So we know that once the D extension is hit, the first swing high that forms after that D extension is hit is going to be your B.
Okay.
So you just need, once I get this target hit, so look, once this target was hit, like so. Once that target was hit somewhere in that area, boom, that's it. The game is over, and we're looking for it to restart. So now what I have to do is once that level is hit, I need to wait for a swing high to form, which is right here. 2 to the right, 2 to the left, 2 to the right. That's my B boundary, right? So that's how you know. Because, right? So even if people are using something like TradingView and things like that, that's how you know. You let the B boundary, or you let your D extension get hit, and right, my C becomes my new A, and my D becomes my new B. Well, your D is really your D, not because it necessarily hits that D extension. That's where you would take profit, but it officially happens when you get a swing high to form after the D extension is hit.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. And so then we get into the scenario talking about, well, how do I play this, right? Well, two different ways, right? A few different ways. If you say, hey, every time an AB boundary forms, I can stick my toes in the water because I know the high probability of a reversal at some point, either at the B boundary or at the 118, 127, then you have a scenario that when the B boundary forms, okay, you can put a market order entry in. Small, it's got to be small, right? Because you're playing a pure swing here, right? Because you don't know for sure. Very, very small, right? And then you say, well, we know the scenario is that if I get a shallow retracement less than the 382, like in this scenario, then price likes to stall out around this 118, 127 zone and then head back down 80% of the time, right? That's what we like to say. So get in the habit, I got myself in the habit of saying, boom, I'm putting a limit somewhere around in here. And yes, I'll be in drawdown on this one. But if it breaks the B boundary, high probability that it's going to come up in this level and then return. So then what I'll do is, right, if I'm swinging like that, then I'm putting my stop somewhere outside that 127. And I'm not necessarily playing risk to reward ratio, I'm playing strike rate. Right? I'm playing win percentage at that point. See, typically, if you have a high risk to reward, you got a lower strike rate because you're running real tight stops. So I want a 1 to 7, 1 to 6, 1 to 8. That means, okay, in order for me to get 40 pips and I want to be in a 4 to 1, I got to have a stop of 10 pips. We all know that you have a higher probability of getting stopped out, right? And some traders, they love trading like that because they got the time to be in front of the computer. And 2, they love the high risk to reward. They don't care about the win percentage. And 3, they know that I might lose 3-4 trades in a row. But if I'm sitting in a 61, 71, 81 trade, it's going to wipe all of those losses out and it's going to put me in profit, right?
Mhm.
So some of them trade like that. Well, when you're swinging like this, you're not necessarily looking for a higher risk to reward ratio. You're looking for a high win percentage because you're saying, hey, the larger my stop, the higher percentage chance I have of that trade going my way, right?
Mhm.
And then we're using the fib for our target points for entry. So B boundary 118, 127, right? So
Mhm.
say this one got picked. We put this one in at a market order because we said, hey, we got a brand new AB boundary. I'm in. Well, I'm in drawdown now. Well, that's okay. You're not afraid of drawdowns if you use proper risk management, right?
Yeah.
Nobody should put a standard in right here, right? Like, don't do that, okay? Especially if you got a smaller account. So maybe you're putting it in at 40, 50 cents, $1, $2, depending on the size of your account, right? Risk, 1/4%, 0.5%, whatever. And then you're saying, hey, I'm gonna put another limit here in case that trade, I don't control the market, not even gonna pretend that I do. I'm gonna put a limit here in case price comes here, takes me in and then reverses. And then I'm gonna put a stop here in case none of it goes my way and it decides that the bulls are so strong that it pushes up to this D extension and it takes me out. Because look,
Yeah.
if it doesn't hit this D extension, right, and you put your stop somewhere in here, it's gonna U-turn. There's only a few things that can happen, right? So we know a high percentage of the time price likes to U-turn. We've all seen that, right, in our times trading together. So you may say, I'm going to risk a 0.5%. So you put a quarter in here, 1/4% here, 1/4% there. That might be 50 cents and 50 cents, right? 30 cents and 30 cents. Then once price picks these up, I'm in drawdown. Okay, cool. But if it takes this order in and it swings, right? Takes me in and it swings. Now this order is in profit, right? So I'm closing, it's taken up for this one that's in drawdown because I'm in profit now. And then when price swings, gets me back to break even on that first trade. Now this trade is in profit, you see? And now I'm moving down, TP1, TP2. And then if price, right, breaks my low and gives me a pullback and I'm still good and saying, hey, this is still going in my direction, then maybe I add in another 1/4%, right, on this way down. So I can scale into my trade, and then I'm going down to my TP1. And then once I get to TP1, I might have set up my orders to where at TP1, this order, I'm getting out the market, right? So I might get in, I might have a sell limit, right? Stop at 109.55. Price that I want to enter in is 109.37, and then I want to get out at 108.85. So when price comes down to this level, then this one takes profit. And so you've made 50 pips off of that. So that's gone. That's added to my account balance. These two are still running, right? And they say, I want one of those out. Maybe you set it up to take profit. And then the second order, you say, I'm going to leave a runner in here to see if I can get TP2 and beyond. All the while, you eventually move your stop to break even. And then the profit. And then you manage the trade, right? So that's one way to do it. That's one way that you can do it. Another way is, you're welcome. You're welcome. And then another way that you can do it, guys, is that you can say, once I see this AB boundary form, I'm gonna go down to my 15 minute, okay? And you can do it after 1 hour if you want. But for earlier entry, you could go down to your 15 minute and say, you know what? I want more confirmation. I don't want to swing it. Maybe I want to put a little bit more size on my trade. So I'm gonna come down to my 15 minute. And if I get a trend line break, okay, like so, because I'm in the same area, right? Different time frame, same area. You may say, I am around my computer or I got an alarm set. And if I get a break, I'm aggressively getting in, put my stop above the high, right? So in essence, no B boundary trade. I'm just waiting on the trend line break. Okay, I'm just waiting on the trend line break. And with the way this played out is that I didn't get a trend line break at my B boundary. It kept pushing up. So I'm at this 118, 127 zone now on the 1 hour. And if I get a trend line break, like so, boom, and a close, I can aggressively get in, put my stop above the high, like that. Or you could say, I'll get in if I get a trend line break. And once I get that trend line break, I need a pullback. And if I get the pullback, right, because it'll form a low and pull back. If I get the pullback to a key level, and then I can even run another kind of trend line like this, all right, like so. If I get the break and the pullback on the 15, and price breaks this trend line, this counter trend line, then, okay, then I'll look to take it to the downside. So that gives me even more confirmation. And then you can set your targets up on the 15 based off the 1. So look, here's my 382 like this. Here's my 61.8 like this. Okay. And now I'm on the 15 playing the waves like that. Okay. So same 50 pips or so to TP1, but I'm playing it with a little bit more confirmation. I'm not just limiting in or doing a market execution at the B boundary. Okay, so just a few different ways, everybody, that you can play these moves, depending on your lifestyle, your trade plan, and how much time you have to be in front of the computer. Okay. Any questions on that, on the Euro Swissy?
That was good, Benny. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Danny, makes sense. Awesome. Beautiful head and shoulders. Potentially, yep. Right? Okay. So that's where we are. That's where we are on that. So that's the Euro Swiss. And that approach you can take to every setup, every single setup, right? Your entry technique and your approach to the market is going to be totally up to you and how you want to do it. So that's the Euro Swissy. Take a look at this Euro GBP. Sell, neutral, buy. All right, so let's go to the Euro GBP, take a look at it. And draw them up, right? Hope you guys are getting the good, visual reps so you can get on the charts and start to do this yourself and become a true pro, right? It's all about becoming a pro. This is a profession, by the way, everybody. Okay? I want you guys to know that it's a profession that really pays well, if you develop the skill set. All right. So here's our monthly. Okay, look at that. It's kind of all over the place. This is the Euro. This is the life of the Euro GBP. Right. I don't like trading it too much, but it does present opportunities. Okay. So here we go. Euro GBP. All right. Here. Market high. Take it down. Right. Good practice. Good habit. Market low, take it down. Come in here, draw some support and resistance. Something in all this madness. All right, just gotta find it. So here, resistance, support. Boom, just like that. That's where we are. Okay. Get our monthly in. Okay. So
Benny, on the weekly.
Thank you. So this will be our weekly. Appreciate you telling me that.
Welcome.
Yep. So we'll just do it in reverse. And then we'll go back up to our monthly. Guess I could take that. It's extreme low, but we'll take it. All right, and then we'll go to the monthly. Like that. Just a little bit. And then this is our monthly levels here. So really nothing that's relevant in the near term. And we'll take it anyway. And then this is if everything breaks loose, then here's a level here. I got that. And there. Okay. So we should be good on the weekly and the monthly. All right. So it's just some mess, just like it is here. Sell, sell, neutral buy, right? So we closed out selling, right? Closed out the week selling. Did we actually close lower? I'm not sure. What was the low price on this? Low was 84.99. We pushed down from there, so yeah. So what was that low price on that last one? 84.49. Yep. So bearish, come down to the daily. And this is just, I'm gonna play this one from right here. And the resistance level in, the support level in. And here, that, oops, here, and that'll be a support on a 1. So I'm gonna leave that there for now. And what I'm gonna do, because this has been, you guys see how this has just been all over the place, kind of whippy nasty. We're pushing off the zone and then we're pushing down. So what I'm gonna do is this stochastic is back in the buy zone. Okay. So I am not, this is pushing sideways. So what I'm gonna do is I could put an up fib here, but I'm gonna run this most recent move to the downside on the 1, just so we play it as is right now. And then if it reverses off this level and continues long, then this is gonna take us long. But so we'll come like this. I'm gonna mark that high like so, and then take a look at it on the 1 like this. There. So we're just pushing sideways right now, everybody. So I don't really have a play on that. Here's that support level. So if we want to put these in here, we got support like this. On the 1. Okay. Now I'll take that down to the 15. Just in case, I'll take this zone here. Like that. Okay. And we got some 1-hour resistance levels that we can play around with here. There. Okay, here. We're gonna mark this next one because we know that's the A boundary, which is natural resistance anyway. And that's where we are on the Euro GBP right now. So no trade, it's pushing sideways. At least I'm not trading it, right? Give me a breakout, hit my D extension. Hit my D extension, that'll take me through this support level. We got smooth selling down at 84.51. But if I get a D extension, then I'll get a new fib to the downside, like so, somewhere around here. And then we'll look for a pullback. And if that's telling me at that point, then fundamentally, right, we're looking like that pound is strengthening against that euro, or the euro gets weak, right? Then we'll look to see if we can get short. And then the same scenario plays out if we start to break out above probably 86.12. So no setup on that right now. I need to wait. It's just a mess. All right, that's how I would look at that. So yeah, it's been selling, but it's been choppy. You had an up move here that took out a level, right? It may be settling in here to go long, but I'd rather wait on that because it's just been so back and forth, right? Any questions on the Euro GBP? Hard to tell which way that really wants to go right now with the choppiness and the sideways move. So that's it on that. Let me see in the chat. No, thanks for sending that out.
Hi, Benny.
Hey, what's up?
if you were plotting the daily fib, where would you plot it?
From a daily perspective in this chart, let me see. Well, if I go out, right, you gotta move that came to the downside and went sideways. You gotta move here. It's just look at this. It's just been all over the place, right? In the near term, right, because it's come down, my stochastic is in the buy zone in this chart. I might place a fib here, like so, like that, okay? Because I see the support starting to happen. And I got a stochastic in the buy zone, and then you can pull this down here, and you can pull that down to your 1, like so. All right, I was a little hesitant to do that because of where it's at, and it looks like this right now, okay? And you got to stall out like this around here. That's what I was saying. I just want to see if it breaks. Where is it going to take me? Because it's just pushing sideways. I need a break, right? Even if I got a break now that I'm zoomed out, a break above this zone here, 85.61, right? If I get a break above 85.61, then I can look to go bullish, right? And a break below this level here at 8,500, right? Maybe a deeper push and back down to support. So I got better clarity on that now. Sorry about that, guys. Not this level, right? So it's kind of like, you know, an 80-20 scenario here off this fib, but we'll see how it reacts, right? So maybe look to take it above 85.61. You get a deeper push below 8,500. But some of the people in the group might already be short on this on a 80-20. I didn't play it. I didn't play it. So anybody play this to the downside?
No.
Count the wave on a long sell move from the top. You could, man. That's totally up to you. That's totally up to you. I just know it's been a mess. You can count the wave if you want to from the top. So you say why couldn't you? I'm not gonna say you couldn't. You're never gonna hear me say that, right? You could take that, right? You could take that and see if you can get that 382 back to the top. I'm just playing near term because it's so choppy, right? If it pushes off the support and starts to move up, it's gonna take you there anyway. It's just there's been no guarantees of nothing with the Euro GBP, right? So set up for a shorter play that could take us to the long play, right? I see that from the top, right? You didn't get a 382 on that. It's kind of, but it's just been pushing sideways. So I'm looking, what can we play in the short term, right? Either up or down that can get us to that level, right? So if you wanted to play this here, okay, you could do that. Not gonna say that you can't. You can set that target up, right? I'm just working my way and navigating through all the chop before I say, okay, this euro's about to totally, I just messed that up. I have to reset that. This euro's about to totally take over this pound and get long, right? Because it hasn't, right? So I'm thinking, what in the short term, right? Can we potentially take advantage of, right? Until it makes a decision that that's what it wants to do. So absolutely you could, right? But so far it's proven that it's just a hot mess right now. As oftentimes that's what you get out of the Euro GBP. So you could do that. You could play that down wave. But this right here has been going on, right? Since February. Does everybody see that? Since February. Okay. So until it tells me otherwise, right? I just try to trade what we see. And can you be allowed to speak? Is your microphone not I thought I unmuted you a couple times already. Here, there you go.
I'm so sorry, my network is taking me back.
Oh wow. Oh, your network's going in and out. Okay. Gotcha. Yep. What you got for me, man?
I avoided because it's very hard. I think the face should be avoided.
Oh yeah,
Difficult.
I agree. I agree, right? That's what I said. There's no trade, right? I'm not really looking to trade this. I think I said that. Did I say that? Everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Choppy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's too choppy. It's too choppy right now. Okay. So yep, I agree with you 100%. I think it should be avoided. Yep. But we'll see, right? We'll see. We needed to break out somewhere. Good observation, my man. All right. So that's where we are on that Euro GBP. Any other questions on that? Nope. We're good. All righty. Well, let's take a look at the EJ. All right. And I know we've been on here for a while, everybody, but I wanted to make sure that we get back to going over some basic stuff. So let me know if you guys think this helped out. So let me take a look at the EJ. So we've got sales across the board pretty much. And we go to the monthly. Take a look at this monthly here. Awesome. Thanks for the feedback, everybody. Appreciate it. Because it's like sometimes I think it's good to go through all the prayer. We can cover a lot during the week, but sometimes it's good to back it up because if we don't get this right, it's all for naught. So sometimes we gotta slow down to speed up in a sense. Okay, so this is where we are on the EJ, looking at it from the monthly. All right. And we do the same thing, right? And I hope you guys are seeing this, right? It's just the same exercise. It's like when I played sports growing up, it's like the same thing over and over and over again. Same practice period, same thing, right? And this is how you get it committed to memory. So hold on. Gotta adjust some stuff here. Got my chat in the wrong area. Slow. We zoom in. Mark our support and resistance. Like so. Okay. And here, just like that. We see that. That's clean, right? That's the beautiful thing about zooming out, everybody, is you can see how clean, right, the moves are, right? Clean price action. So there we go. There. So you guys can see we pushed off that 134.10 area. And oops, back up. We'll take an area above there just because to know where we are in that long-term target. And I'll take that. And you don't have to take all these. I just like to know where I am. You could take this one and that one and be done and move down, but just how I do it. So there we go. So justice says a little bit like so. And we like that. Put that in blue. You guys see that? That's kind of like the same. Isn't that amazing? Right? Like the Aussie dollar and the Aussie yen had that same type of setup, right? Same type of setup. Okay. So this level here, right, is pretty good. All right. Let me come in like this. Link that lower. Okay. So we can see, look, we've been pushing up, boom, 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 just like that. Now we're to this level, right? Last move down. Okay. So we go to this daily time frame like so. now. We'll come in, put our resistance, put our support. Here. Oops. Change the color on that. Move it down. All right. Nice tight areas to make it the zone. And we got this reaction. So in this next level, we break through. It's about right there. You guys see we got our stochastic in the buy zone. So this pair will be interesting. See what happens. I'm gonna run this. This is the last move down for right. Run a fib to the upside, but I'm gonna bring everybody near term, right? So if we run our fib to the upside, we see how we're tracking, right? Like so, like that. Okay. This is where we are. We don't have that 382 yet for my daily, right there. Okay, we don't have that yet, so I'm gonna mark that just in case, right? We want that level. That would be beautiful on the short side. Okay, price pushed up and is retracing, so that's a target that you can hit. All right. Now, if you don't like that, right, it's okay. Just trade what you currently see, right? If you don't want to get into all of that, okay, because I know a while back it was confusing some folks. This is just a nice little area to target that, hey, price can get here, right? Potentially. But if you don't want to focus on all of that, then just focus on the current move. Once you get a trend line break, right? Because I realized that by some of the messages that I'm like, okay, we got some folks that are a little bit confused when doing it like that. That's okay. Because look, it moves up, down, and sideways. So once you get, it can be as simple as, once I get a level of, we got to try to get through the highest point. So we go to the second touch, which is right here and straight through. So once I get a trend line break, you can say, once I get a trend line break, then I want to just plot my fibs to the downside. And that's okay, right? We just use that major up fib to let us know that this price has been up and we're still technically in the retracement zone, right? And retracement zone, price is retracing. But if you want to say, hey, all I want to look at is, once a trend line breaks in a certain direction, I'm going in that direction for that time period, for however long it is what it is, then just do that. And then you can plot it, you can plot your fibs. Okay, I got an up trend line break, and you can just move down. Okay. So if you don't like the complexities of, right, running your fib in the other direction and mark it out your spots, that's cool, right? Just trade what you see. Because right now, after this trend line break, we got a what, everybody? We got a down A, B, right? Say it to yourself in your head. C is my highest point within the AB boundary. Push back down. Here's my D extension. Here's my D extension. It got close. It ran into weekly support. And then it is pushing back down, okay? So my guess is, right, if I'm looking at this, I'm like, the potential is for this to come back down and potentially try to seek out that D extension, okay? Now, my stochastic, right, is oversold. Makes sense, been a strong, pretty good move down move there, okay? So, but right now, I've already got a C, okay? I've already got a C here. This is my D extension target. Here's my 382 target off that up fib, right? That retracement level, okay? But if you're just playing the down fibs, just play the down fib, okay? Play the down fib. Here's a potential target off that level. We're gonna link that down. Now, Benny, this is already moving down. I got this stochastic in the buy zone. This has been a long, drawn out move. How can I play this? Well, you got this break at this level, and now price is pushing down, which in essence, they gave you this. Boom, just like that. That's an impulse leg that took out resistance, and it pulled back, right? So you can run that on your lower time frame to find the U-turn, or you can say, look, man, see, if I put this fib in here, that's what it looks like, right? Boom, down. I ran it all the way to the top because it completed. But here, AB, 80-20 back down. Okay, I missed that high. So now you can run this back down and say, okay, I got this level. I'm short right now. Okay, then be short. Be short. You can be short. You can mark this level out like this. Zoom in lower to your lower time frame. We know this is an impulse move. We know it's a fib, which I drew wrong. That's my first high there. So that's a clean 80-20 back down. All right. But what does that look like? What does that look like on the one? Well, you come down to the 1 hour time frame, and what it looked like is an impulse move with a reversal that broke a trend line, like so, like this. Look, bang, trend line got broke, and on my 1 hour, if I'm looking to try to get in on this downward move, right? Look, there's where I am. Does everybody see that? Rep it out, the repetition, right? It gets easier and easier as you go, right? Chart after chart after chart, the same approach, right? To try to find a setup. So there we go. So last week, EJ, right? B to C move, because on a 1 hour, I got a new AP boundary that signals me for a possible reversal. So look, B to C move, if I want to play that, was here. This was my B to C move, 382. I got TP2 on that, okay? TP3 might not get, right? You got a reaction. So if I'm a bear, I'm like, great. I got to the 61.8. I'm in my zone. I'm shorting this. Where am I shorting it? Potentially back down to the level. Does everybody see that? So if you ran your fibs on a 1 hour to the upside, and I'm showing this because it's like the approach takes you to the same area. Look, 80-20. 80-20 to the downside, it would have put you in a downward direction. It would have put you in that downward direction. Look, AB, right? Look, 80-20, downward direction. If I take this, okay, from this fib, right? If I put this fib back on here, like so, right? All of this puts you in a direction, and we have to get the direction right. That's the key. So if I put this in here like so, and link it down, if I would have taken that fib, same scenario, right? Larger wave, okay? Look at that. If I'm just trading a reversal to the downside, bearish, you're in the same scenario. So no matter how you want to approach this market, if you get these fundamental principles, it puts you in the same position to take advantage of the move, right? So now look, here we are. We got TP2, okay? Are we just going to continue to pull back and head down, right? We're already short. So if I'm looking to continue short, I'm thinking that's what's going to happen here. If that's going to be the case, then you're going to get a pullback like so, and a continuation down. All right, like that. So now you got a stochastic in the buy zone. So it just depends, right? If I'm out of TP2, does this want to continue higher or not, right? So we have to wait to see what type of reaction we get on that when the market opens. Closed out in a funny position on Friday, right? But you got a strong reaction off that on Friday. So congrats if you took that B to C move, and if you're short, right, off of that, if you're a bear, then look to continue short, because ultimately we're thinking, hey, we may be headed down anyway. Our stochastic here is in the buy zone, but we may get the push to continue down to that level. Okay, kind of a funny move that got whipped around, but at the end of the day, we can make our money off of it. All right, any questions on that, EJ?
Hey, Uncle Benny, there's a type 2 80-20 on the 1 hour again.
On your 1 hour? Oops, that's 15. Let me go to the 1 hour. Right here? To the,
Yes,
to the downside?
sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Great catch. So that's another opportunity, right? Depending on how much you want to be in and out of the market. Good call on that, Shauna. right? And we know to the upside, we had confluence, right? We had confluence with the fib. Look, brand new AB boundary right at the 61.8. High percentage of the time that price is going to drop, right? So there's a potential setup, right? Shauna called out stochastic in the buy zone. We may get this reversal to get you here on this sub fib. Setups all over the place when you frame the market out right. Okay, it's just a matter, you have to set your rules, right? Set your rules and decide what types of setups am I going to take? What do I want to look for? If you get that, that's almost 50 pips back to the 382. Thanks for calling that out. Any other questions? I'm telling you, once you get the market framed out right, you can have your way with it. You can have your way with it. And you'll determine what type of trader you are and what type of setups that you want to play. Do I only want to play, if I don't want to be in the market as much, do I only want to play capital fib moves, right? Do I want to trade these intraday, these sub fib moves? Do I want to trade on the lower time frames? Do I only want to enter off of a daily time frame and let it go from there? Do I want to be more of a positional type trader, more over the long term? You'll discover that as a trader. Nobody can tell you that, right? Because you're in control of your own emotions. So, Randy, see the right shoulder there with the push up. Where we at, Randy?
I was just saying that if it comes up to your first TP, that's a right shoulder.
Oh, yep. Gotcha. Nice. This crew is smart. I'm telling you. We got it. We got it. Yes, ma'am.
You know that's my accountability partner, right? I'm just pointing that out.
I know.
Thank you.
You all are awesome. So a lot of things you can find, right? We see what the primary move has been is down. And then once we start getting these waves going, all types of setups, right? All types of setups. So you may be a type of person where you only like taking 5 or 6 trades a week. And that might be dependent on your financial goals, everybody. You may say, I'm looking for 500 pips a week. And you may find that in 3 trades, right? 2, 3 trades. And that's all you take for the week. Then so be it. There's no need to feel like you have to be in the market all the time or involved in every move all the time. That's why we do our prep work, set the charts up and let it come to us, right? So whatever your financial goals are, where you want to be percentage-wise per week, per month, per quarter, per year, this gives you structure to be able to kind of plan that out, right, in the organized fashion. So here we go. So let's do the Euro NZD and then the Euro dollar. And then we'll wrap things up, and then we'll make sure that we get through the rest of the pairs as we move into the beginning of the week. But wanted to really get back to the fundamentals today for everybody on here. It's always good to go back. So this is our Euro NZD, and here we are on the text Euro NZD. We got a sell, we got a neutral look on the one, but overall we're looking short. And we come to our monthly level. Yeah, we can see that. We can see that just off the candles, right? We got a lower close. We got, still active, but it's pushing lower than the previous month right now. We'll see where we close out at the end of September. So we squeeze this out like so. And the cool thing about being in a group, right? And one large think tank is that, it's the wrong thing. Is that everybody has their way and their angle of seeing the market, right? Some people are more pattern driven. Some people are straight price action, support, resistance, right? And so we see, hey, there's a right shoulder. Hey, there's a head and shoulders, right? You see that, okay? So that's the good thing, right? And that also helps us to compress time frames and shorten the learning curve by learning from everybody else, right? I learn new stuff every day from you guys, right? A different way to approach the market. Every time that we're teaching, somebody asks a question that makes us think about things a little bit differently, and that's good. So here we are in the market, mark our support and resistance levels. All right. So resistance, support. Okay, it looks like we're trying to come into some support. And so we'll mark that up. 1 second. I'll mark. Okay. Make sure I got top level high marked. Okay. Move a little bit too fast. So there we go. So look here. Two really close, so we'll do it like that. Somewhere in between. And like so. And this has just been, we'll take this one. This is somehow get some type of breakout. And then when you get done going through and marking up your pairs, you start to narrow it down, right? Look at some of your fundamental reports. You read, right? What's strong? What's weak? What does it look like coming up in a week ahead? And you can kind of narrow down your focus on particular pairs that you want to trade. All right, because all of them won't be hot setups for the week. They won't. So here we go. Here we come in just side of support. You can see here from the weekly level, right? It's just kind of, we're neutral. We're neutral. But overall, we've been short. Like so. Okay. Like this. Okay. And so when you box it out like this, you got to kind of see where it's been just that 677 pips, right? From top to bottom, bottom to top. Okay. Of course, there's a larger picture on this, right? But if we zoom and we go down to the daily, zoom in a bit, like that, okay? And you can come to the top like this, look at it more from a long-term perspective. Let me mark my support and resistance first on this level. Resistance, we got a level here. There. That, okay. I'll bring that up, all right. So you can just see we got a lot of chop, right, on the Euro NZ, on the Euro NZD, and then we marked out. We said, hey, we got a potential for a range, okay. So you got levels within that range that price could push to. Okay, our daily stochastic is in the buy zone. Okay, we're holding at this support. All right. Now, if I go all the way to the top, right, we talked about, right. Well, we had a great question about that, right? This is ultimately high resistance. If I push that down to the bottom like that, you can see where, look, you got a nice retracement, a push down, and now we just, the market's found equilibrium in the range, right? So here is a potential de-extension for that, but it's just going sideways right now. We just don't know, like, what it wants to do. It's just ranging right now. So we know over the long haul, right, what we could be looking at. But right now, in the short term, okay, we're in the buy zone. We've gotten this move, right? We can even call a range from there, but more so here. Now we're holding at this support. Here's our impulse move to the downside. How do we want to look at this, right? So we're moving sideways. This is not one of my favorite pairs, right, to trade right now because of what it's doing. But in essence, if you come here and you look at that last impulse move, because look, the last move was a strong push down for 616 pips. Yeah, it makes sense to get some sideways accumulation type price action. All right. So if I take this here and I go to my one and I'm just trading, right? Not looking at the overall big picture. We know where that de-extension is at. We know that we've got a daily down fit that's giving us like a 50% retracement or 61.8 or whatever it is. But we can go down to the one and we can just kind of set up and see where the opportunity might be. So that's not it. That's not the high. It's this one right here. Boom. and you can see that, hey, I've got a decent pullback here, right? Could have got you a TP1, TP2 if you played that on the reversal when it happened. But now look, I'm just sideways, right? We got a stochastic on the daily, it's in the buy zone. This is pushing down, selling off still. I'm hands off this trade, right? Not my thing, okay? On the Euro NZD, right? You kind of got a range, a tighter range going on here. You link that down to the 15. If you like those type of setups, then maybe you can play price back down to the top, to the bottom of the range, you know. Not my thing per se, but you know, it's there, right? For an opportunity. But I say I'm hands off until price. In fact, I'm gonna adjust that now, like that, because it pushed sideways. I'm more hands off of this one. I'll let it go, even if it pushed down to the bottom of that range. I'm straight. Right. Little pattern there, head and shoulders, if you want to call that someone. And if it was bearish, but those can fool you sometimes on a Friday when they close out the market and people take money off the table. So I'm hands off on the Euro NZD, no setup. Any questions on that? No setup that I'll take. Potential there on the lower time frame. It does, Katrina. That's a great statement. I can't hear you. Say it again.
Relating to the D1 time frame. Relating to the D1 time frame, I was expecting the speed to counted upward, not downward.
On which one? A daily?
Yeah, just squeeze a little bit of that. I think it's a low point over there. I was thinking that place, that's low point. I was thinking that would be the way you start counting.
Yeah, you're running a fib here? Yeah, you're running a fib to your upside. Yeah. And it's just been so much sideways chop, you know. That's why I just played horizontal support and resistance on that to see what we can get, you know, potentially in that range if there's any opportunity, because it's just been so crazy. Yeah, but yeah, you can do that, right? Seeing the market the way you see it, yeah. But it's not giving us anything really. So that's when I tend to just clean it up off the fib and see if we can get you know, a reversal, a breakout, or a push down, or a break to the downside to finish out that B. So yeah, I like the way you're thinking on that. Good deal. Cool. So that's where we are on that. Let's wrap it up by finishing up with the Euro USD. And that'll be the end of our exercises for the day. And then I'll finish working through my charts over the weekend. If we get some setups, we'll definitely put them in the Telegram off the other pairs as we start the week. So let's take a look at the Euro USD and wrap it out, all right? See, you're welcome. Have a great weekend. Have a great weekend. Thanks for coming. So we'll go to the Euro USD, and we remember all of this stuff, right? Playing these moves to the downside, great opportunity. So let's go to the monthly, okay? And I remember, back when, you know, it was, especially with like a lot of my mentors, it was like, boom, this is gonna go to right here, 1.00. It's gonna be parity where €1 equals $1. You're gonna get parity right at 1.00. And they had, you know, my mentors had it down like this because look at that, right? It was like right there at $1, like, and it still could be tracking. This is how long, this is how they see stuff so far in advance, right? It's just like, this is, it was following the trend line to the downside, boom, and then we got this break, and everybody was like, hold up, right? This is crazy. But you can see it was kind of like you had your downwards channel going right to the downside. So you had kind of like your channel game going, and everybody was just like, man, it's gonna hit the top of this channel, it's gonna come right back down. It's gonna hit a monthly D extension, right? Which is crazy. It's gonna hit a monthly D extension at $1 parity. And it might still do it, right? The way it's turning over. But that was just the thought process from some of my mentors, and then things just started to get sideways. Coronavirus, everything, right? Strong fundamentals. No technical setup will stand in the way of good, strong fundamentals. So that was the thought process, right? So we still got this break. I'm gonna take this out now. Let's just kind of pushing sideways and down. So we'll just go regular support and resistance. But do know that could be still in the cards if this turns over and gets weak against that dollar. So here, resistance, back out, put my levels in, like so, top level high, like it down, like that, come to our low, like this, bang, and then we mark out our support and resistance. It's crazy, we still might get there to that dollar. That was like well over a year ago, more than a year ago. So we got that. Mark our support and resistance, like so. Take that one. I'll take this other one off the weekly. So, and then we'll take this one below. That. And then that. And then let's head into our weekly chart. Zoom in on this. You can see that it's just been bouncing around at these levels, 119, 116, 119, 116, like that. And that's my zone there. And then look at that, right? From a weekly perspective, where you break these levels, there's that dollar, right? That's $1.10. Where's my dollar? I'll put that in here just so we have it. Keep an eye on that. I'll do this in like that. 1.00. Down there. Okay. So we'll take this level like this. Bam. All right. So there we are. We see the price action. We see the movement whipping around. Work the trade, what we see. Last week we closed lower than the week before. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go down to our daily. Okay. Look at that. It's a nice push down. So I'm gonna come all the way up here to the top. First, let me mark my levels. Support. Pretty good confluence there with the weekly and the monthly. Resistance, here's a level here. We'll take that one. All right. Boom. Here. Take that off. Now we're clean. We can see the price action. All right. Double top there. Double top action. So let's run our fibs, see if we can get this capital going. So nope. That's nope. It's going to be right here. Bang. Okay. So we almost got a 382. We ran up against resistance right here at this level. Look at that. That's strong. Now we got this push down. So we know we got a stochastic in a buy zone. We do not have a 382 yet. Okay. So we've got to keep that in the back of our mind that off this turn fib, we don't quite have a 382. We know we've got dollar strength. All right. We don't have it. But what we're going to do is, because this could be a range, right? A range for a little bit. So what we want to do is box this out like so. Here's this 1.618B extension. I'm going to tag that one just so we know. Okay. So I'm going to box this out here like this. that. We go down to the lower time frame, find the top of that range, that last play. Link it down like so. This range is what? This is 240 pip range. So we'll go down to our one like so. And see, top to bottom, bottom to top. Okay, like that. And we've been pushing down. So there you go. That's where we are right now. Keep it in the back of our mind that, hey, we're in the range right now, but we never got that daily 382 target. But right now we're range bound. So this is what I mean by you trade what you see. You trade what you see. So now we got a stochastic in the buy zone on a 1, the daily 2. You got a 382 and a push down. Okay. So right now I'm not selling it. I need to see what's going to happen now. So if you haven't already been involved in this, you probably want to wait, right? If I get a D extension, then I get a new fib. Maybe I get a harmonic that's going to set me up here, right? To get back to the upside, right? We got a stochastic in the buy zone. If we hold there, then maybe, right? I get a harmonic crab. Outside of that, you're looking at a shark or a bat, but maybe I get it to push back up like that. Okay, I got a 382 already. But sometimes when that move isn't clean to the D extension, then we start to get those harmonic type patterns to set up, okay, that we can kind of work to project. So pay attention to what happens at this level. Maybe we get another push up. If off this 127 with our stochastic being in the buy zone and our daily stochastic being in the buy zone, then maybe, right, if you get a trend line break, right, say you go to your 15 and maybe we get where price starts to reverse on us into that harmonic type setup, like so. Okay. Oops. Use my ray tool. This. That. That. And then we got this huge move down. Like so, it's pushing kind of sideways on Friday, so I'll just run it like that. Continue to track it. And if, right, you get a reversal and it comes up and it starts to make, you know, higher highs and higher lows like that, and a pullback, maybe you get a continuation back up to try to go higher, right? Or maybe you just wait to see if my fib continues down and hits the D extension. If I get a pullback, I'm looking at my fundamentals. I got dollar strength still, dollar is a bull still. Once I get a new high price, then maybe I look to short back to the bottom of the range. But that's where we are on the Euro USD. If you're not already involved in the downside, right, sit on the sidelines right now. If you didn't play the 80-20 to the 382, right, chill and see if you can get a higher price, right? You got another type 2 type setup coming off of that, a new AB boundary right at this 127 at support. Okay, so just kind of a wait and see if you're gonna get a pullback on that, right? A pullback either to potentially buy to a higher level, right, off the pullback to the high price, or wait for a pullback to see if you can continue short. Any questions on the Euro USD?
Benny, could that possibly be like an inverted king's crown, like on the daily?
On your daily?
Yeah, it looked like there's another level to the left I was looking at. Like that way. Yeah, like how it came up and hit that and then it came all the way back down.
Yeah, but right now it could be right here.
Yeah, that one. Yep.
Yep, right there. Yep, you could be. You kind of got a setup potentially in a setup, right?
Yeah.
Where you had a potential head and shoulders, but that level got broken. And now you had that potential where you could have a crown, right? Good catch. All right. Good catch. That's a good catch right there. So we'll see when the market opens how it settles, right? Because you know down here like that, it can hold. I just found it odd. I'm glad you caught that. But I just found it odd that we got 2 stochastics in the buy zone. It's not all the way back down to the bottom of the range. What type of reaction might we get?
Right.
You know, off of that. So it's not when it gets kind of hairy like that and not clear. It's like, all right, stochastics in the buy zone. I'm at a range. I'm not at the bottom of the range. I got my 1 hour fib that I got at 382, but the stochastics in the buy zone, and I'm at a 118, 127. That might be why, right? That might be why. Great catch on that, man.
No, thanks.
Yes, yep. You're welcome. Any other questions before we wrap things up?
Is there a way we could look at GBP Chef?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it for you real quick.
Yeah.
Because I think I'm out of that one now. Because it's positioning for a long. So let me take a look at it. All right. So we'll go here and get done real quick. Take a look at this setup. And this high and this low. That here. Get down. So put our support and resistance in. And you guys can see, like, you know, how easy Smart Trader makes it in regards to just being able to click a button and have your levels. It really helps a lot. Right? Really helps a lot. Right? So we got a higher low, higher high, higher low so far. So from a monthly perspective on that, we know it's been climbing, right? It's amazing to think that these type of things happen in our lifetime, everybody, right? So oil was at 0 at one point, right? Opportunities. When everybody's panicking, going crazy, you guys can see the technicals on the charts now and find that opportunity, right? So what's a disaster for a lot of people is a low price, right? For somebody looking to make some money. So here, low, and take this level down. This, bam. All right, and I'll take this next high in case we get it broken. And there, that tight zone there. No, then we'll go to our weekly. Look at that. Nice. Nice push off that low. Okay, so let's go down to the daily, right? Huge bearish candle there, but then it pushed sideways. It was pretty resilient. That pound. Well, look at that. Sideways explosion. Sideways might be setting up for another one. Let's go to the daily and see what we got on that. I'll do this a couple ways because we're in the sell zone now. So what I want to do is I'm going to take this way back like this. Did I mess that up? I'm supposed to be there. So what I want to do is I want to zoom this in. I want to see what the overall picture is looking like real quick. See what we got. So we don't have a 382 yet on this, right? From a daily perspective, pound switching, but you can see how we bounced off and going right back to the top of that range. So I don't have a 382 yet. And if I come down from this level, right? So here we are, we got a 50. So we made this with just a little tiny bit range bound. It broke it and then pushed right back up in this range, bullish, right? So let's keep that in mind that we already got on a sub fit, we already got a 50% pullback, and then it just failed. It failed to break out, right? Failed to break out. So we'll see. We got a stochastic in the sell zone. This is a bit weird, but we could play. We're gonna play off this impulse leg though. So if we come here, I want to keep an eye on this 382 because we don't have it yet, right? And if we look at if price reversed and pushed down, our D extension is right around in that area on that sub fit. But right now, what I'm going to do is because this last impulse move was to the upside, I'm going to mark out support and resistance, which we just broke this level, right? So we can see a pullback occur, right? Score a point, pull back. Always remember that. Here's a support level. 2, like that. Okay. All right. So you can see the technical summary is saying, hey, long, because we've been long, right? We can see that clear as day. So we took this level out. So now what we're going to do is we're going to let this latest impulse leg guide us to the potential push to resistance, potential reversal, right? It'll tell us, the fib will tell us. So let's see where we are. So if we come here, and go like this. First, we'll see push up. See here like this. Oh, we don't even have it yet. We don't have it. So if we come here and we start marking out our levels, right? So look, beautiful. ABC, here's your C. And this may continue, right, to push long, right? Here's that level, though, we got to pay attention to, okay? So we had a beautiful B to C move here. It came down in the zone, right? For total 130 pips, and now we're back up to the top side for over 100 and, what's that, 140, okay? So right now, off that impulse leg, you're bullish. What you got to watch to see, right? If you're in this long, good. But what you got to watch to see is we're not overbought yet. So see what happens once you get to this level. Now, off of this 1 hour fib, okay, you're projecting a 1.618D extension here. But what you have to do is, we know that short term, we can look to take profit at levels to B, the 118, 127 zone, and the 1.618D extension. So if you're taking this long swing off of this, right? If you're taking this long swing off of this, really pay attention at this level here, okay? That's going to be my advice. Right now, we're long, right? It's a bullish move, pound versus the Swiss. It's a bullish move, but right here, if you're long on this, and you're holding this trade, look to manage the trade in this area, okay? Because you may start to see some reversal action to take place, or it may push through and hit that D extension. But I'm definitely looking to take some profit in this zone. Especially if you haven't taken any at this B boundary, look to potentially take some in this area. And then if it pushes through, like leave some money in there, manage the trade, move your stop up, manage the trade. And if it gets that D extension, so be it. But we know just from a daily time frame that we never got a 382 yet. Our stochastics could be making this lower high and pushing up, right? To go higher, which may take us right to the zone, but then you really got to watch out right here. This is going to be a strong area. Okay, I'm on the wrong thing here. Right here, I'm in the sell zone. Okay, didn't get a 382. I'm at the top of this level. 128.56 is a key resistance level. You see what happened the last time. Okay, and we were ranging in at that point. Okay, so we got to trade what we see. So sell zone on the daily, we're headed towards the sell zone on the 1 hour, but we're not quite there yet. We don't have a daily 382, so we have to watch for the reaction if we get to this level. All right?
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, everybody. All right, we're going to wrap it up. I know it was a long one today, but I hope it helped everybody out in regards to getting some clarity on the time frame analysis and seeing it done over and over and over again. And hey, we try to get 1% better every day, right? been on a sell on this for quite some time, that's cool. That's cool, right? It's just retracing on you, right? We played that 80-20 to the downside, okay? So we're back in the sell zone now. So if you're in a sell on that, just know you've been ranging, right? You're ranging right now, and you may still get that 382. So just something to think about, okay? That's a good long-term hold. All right. Appreciate everybody for the time. Thanks for the feedback. And we'll get things rocking and rolling, right? Monday for that mindset. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll be right back at it on the charts at 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. D is all coming together. That's what I'd like to hear. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Bunny. Bye.
You're welcome.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye now.